you all so much for being here. My name is Montana Tucker, and I am a proud Jew. Woo! Today we are here together in Washington, D.C., united by a shared call for justice and humanity. Just days after our nation's election, we gather for something that transcends any party or political agenda. We gather to stand against terror, hate, and the assault on human dignity. We gather to defend our shared values, freedom, peace, and unity. Since October 7th, 2023, I have dedicated my entire life to raising my voice for Israel, for the innocent lives shattered, for the hostages still awaiting freedom, and for the truth. This journey has taken me to Israel 3 times in the past year already, and I have many more trips planned. Every day on my social media platforms, I am sharing the real and raw stories of those whose lives have been forever altered. Hostages, survivors clinging to the pieces of their former lives, and families waiting, still waiting for answers. When I walked the Grammys red carpet this year, I chose to wear a dress with a yellow ribbon reading, "Bring them home." I wanted to do everything that I could to make sure no one missed my message and to make sure the hostages and their families felt seen and heard. This message of hope and remembrance isn't just something that I decided to put on for one night. It is my life's work and my heart's calling. I cannot believe it's been over 400 days and we still have over 100 hostages, including 4 Americans that are being held captive in Gaza. For me, this is extremely personal. My grandparents were Holocaust survivors. And my Zaidi used to tell me stories about how he was beaten up daily by Nazi soldiers at the labor camp that he was enslaved to work at because they were trying to force him to say that he hated being a Jew and that he didn't want to be a Jew anymore. My Zaidi refused to give in, and he never gave up. He was never going to stop being a proud Jew. My grandma Lily is still alive today at the age of 96. And she was just 13 years old when she was taken to Auschwitz. She had to watch her own mother get beaten up and dragged off to be killed in the gas chambers. She witnessed atrocities that no child should ever have to see. Growing up, I would constantly hear my grandparents' stories of survival, resilience, and of the immense loss that they endured. They instilled in me a deep Jewish pride and a deep sense of responsibility to remember, but also to speak out. It's that responsibility that led me to create my Holocaust educational docuseries called How to Never Forget a few years ago. It's available to watch on my YouTube channel. Unfortunately, my Zaidi passed away 5 years ago at the age of 97. But I felt a duty, a calling to honor my family's history no matter what. My grandparents' resilience taught me that being a Jew is not just a title. It's a commitment, an act of bravery, and a reason to speak up. As I traveled back to Israel and walked among the ruins left by terror, I knew that I had to share the stories of the most vulnerable, the children. These children had to witness similar atrocities as my grandmother witnessed. So I filmed a documentary called The Children of October 7th. I've released a few teaser clips on my Instagram, and the full-length documentary comes out in December. These children were taken hostage by Hamas. They've watched Hamas murder their parents right in front of them. And some are haunted by an endless waiting game, wondering if their parents, who were taken hostage by Hamas, will ever come home. This trauma, this fear has no place in any society, and the world needs to hear their voices and actually do something about it. You know, just the other day, even Professor Dr. Salman al-Daya, Gaza's most respected Islamic scholar and religious expert, issued a fatwa condemning Hamas's October 7th attack on Israel as a violation of Islamic principles governing jihad. Listen to these voices. We cannot stay silent. As you see, the stakes are too high. If we allow terror to silence innocence, if we keep tolerating hate on our campuses, in our cities, in our lives, then we compromise our values, our laws, and ultimately, our humanity. We cannot allow that. Not now, not ever, never again. From the beginning of our people's history, there have been many attempts to wipe Jews off of the planet. But guess what? We are still here, and we will always be here. We are not going anywhere. We are strong. We are powerful. We are resilient. We are proud, and we will never give up. So let's say something and do something. Thank you so much for being here, for standing with Israel, and for supporting the cause of justice and peace. Let us continue to stand together to strive for a world where freedom, justice, and peace prevail. Thank you all so much, and let's get this amazing event started. Am Yisrael Chai!
All right, guys, let's give it up for Montana one last time. She's amazing. All right, guys, coming up to the stage, we have my good friend, a IDF soldier, educator, and activist. Let's give it up for Noi Lee.
On October 7th, people around the world made a decision. They decided to stand up with Israel or to stand against it. And those who were silent were complicit. So on October 7th, we all received a job, not a job that we applied for, not a job that we necessarily wanted, and definitely not a job that we can quit. And that job was to be much more vocal about our support for the state of Israel and the Jewish people. And what's interesting about this job is that the better you get at it, the harder it gets. Did your social media following grow? Well, so did your responsibility to educate those followers. Are you much more educated about the conflict? Well, the harder questions are coming. Another interesting part about this job is that we all do it differently. Some of you are social media warriors. Some of you plan events, fundraisers, and others of you are doing some work behind the scenes. But the most important thing is that you keep on working, because here diversity is key. For those who don't know, my name is Noi Leib, and I am a proud Jew, I'm a proud Zionist, and I'm a proud IDF soldier. On October 7th, I took the first flight out from New York to Tel Aviv to join both my brothers on the front lines and my unit who would go into Gaza for the following 4 months. And in Gaza, we had two things on our mind. Number one was to bring back the hostages, and number two was to eliminate Hamas. And when I was released in January, I came here to America thinking that I would go around telling you my story. But as I told you my story, I heard yours. I heard about the antisemitism that you were facing. I heard about the misinformation, the encampments, and how hard it was to be a Jew in America. So I started to think, what else can Noi do to fight for the Jewish people? But I couldn't think too much, because in May I was called back to Lebanon to serve on the border for 2 months where we faced Hezbollah. And we did a lot of good work. We were successful. We eliminated terrorists. We eliminated terror infrastructure and gathered a lot of intelligence that would help us. But we paid a very heavy price with some soldiers who aren't here today. But your fight, the fight in America, is what changed my life. And now I focus full time on fighting for the Jewish people. You know, I'm going back to Gaza in 2 weeks. I've been called for a third round. And people ask me, you know, Noy, are you going again? You're going again? And of course I say, yes, I'm going again because Israel belongs to the Jewish people. Israel has been our ancestral homeland for thousands of years, and we aren't going anywhere. So to those enemies that I'm about to face in Gaza, to our enemies in Lebanon and Iran and wherever they are around the world, including Amsterdam and Europe and here in the US, I have one message for you. Us Jews aren't going anywhere. And for all of the other warriors fighting outside of Israel, for all of you here today, I have one request, and that is to keep on going. Keep on fighting. Every single day, ask yourself, what did I do to stand up for the Jewish people and to stand up for the state of Israel? What did I do to stand up against anti-Semitism? And what did I do to stand up to hate? Because, as I said at the beginning, this is a job that we didn't ask for, but it's our responsibility to fulfill its duties. Silence is not an option, and it's up to each and every one of us to keep on standing. God bless all of you. God bless America, and Am Yisrael Chai.
Please welcome to the stage Jewish rights activist Abraham Hamra.
Thank you all. Around 30 years ago, my father, my 7-month pregnant mother, my 2 younger sisters and myself were finally allowed to leave Damascus, Syria. We came to the United States in pursuit of freedom, in pursuit of opportunity and safe refuge. 14 years ago, when I was applying to law school, there was a question on the application that read as follows: why do you want to become an attorney? At the time, I remember writing about my experience as a Jew from Syria. In Syria, we were discriminated against and restricted from certain professions. We were subjected to violence with no repercussions to the attacker. Our passports were stamped with the words Musawi, people of Moses, to denote our Jewish identity, to separate us from Arabs. We were held as political pawns and not allowed to leave Syria until the US reached a treaty in the 90s. I wrote about how shocked I was when I first arrived to the United States of America, seeing Jews not only walking around everywhere with a kippah, but seeing them walk around with a Magen David. I thought to myself, the freedom of one to express himself, how wonderful it is, what a radical concept. I concluded by talking about how I deeply treasured these values, these protections, and how I wanted to be an attorney so I can be empowered to fight for those who were facing discrimination or persecution. But who would have thought that 14 years after I wrote that essay, I would be standing here in front of all of you, actively fighting the same type of hate that led to the displacement of my family once before, that led to the ethnic cleansing of Jews from Arab countries and Iran, resulting in the creation of 850,000 to 1 million refugees. The same type of hate that we saw on the streets of Amsterdam only Thursday. Who would have thought that nearly 30 years later, this hate would follow me to the United States and transform into a social justice movement? After October 7th, after the worst massacre of Jews in a single day since the Holocaust, since the Farhud, at the hands of violent and unrepentant barbaric monsters, we saw people celebrating the streets. We saw people celebrating hate and barbarism. For the past 13 months, they have displayed and acted upon their hatred, from exclusionary encampments and spaces to intimidation tactics to assault on the streets. From Ivy League to universities to corporations to the UN, there was no safe space for a Jew. They want to distort and manipulate our Jewish identity and tell us where we belong. But here's the thing, we are in the United States of America, and we have rights. We have each other, and our unity frightens our enemy. Look around. See the Jews standing next to you. See the ally standing next to you. We're all here standing shoulder to shoulder for each other, for our hostages and for Israel. Feel the love. Feel the unity. Let that energy inspire you. Let that energy empower you to say never again. Never again will I hide my identity. Never again will I accept being a second-class citizen. Take pride in who we are. Take pride in our beautiful and moral homeland, Israel. Take pride in the IDF. Take pride in praying for and advocating for our hostages. Take pride in our community. We will come out of this darkness. Israel will be victorious. Our hostages will come home. And together, we will not only continue to survive, but we will continue to thrive. Am Yisrael Chai.
All right, guys, next up we have my good friend Yuval David. He is an activist, an educator, an LGBTQ plus IA, whatever the rest of it is, Emmy-winning producer, and he is going to say some very powerful words. Let's bring it up.
Hineni, I am here. This is a major concept in Jewish religion, in Jewish ethnicity, culture, and history. Why is Hineni so important? Because we show up. We are taught and prepared to do so. I was prepared to be a proud Jew. I am Yuval David, a Jew, an American Israeli, a Zionist, LGBTQ activist, and above all else, I am a Jew. Whether I say so with ga'ava, with pride, or whether people use my identity to condemn me, which so many of us are facing these days. So yes, Hineni, I am a proud Jew, American Jew, Israeli Jew, queer, gay Jew, bold Jew, strong Jew, and I am a fabulous Jew. Hineni. Time and time again, our Jewish people are conquered, oppressed, tortured, tormented in pogroms, in terrorism, the Farhud, the Shoah, the Holocaust, the Inquisition, being expelled from our own land, from our own communities, and from representing ourselves. Zionism, Tzionut, has existed throughout our history. And as we rise, Hineni, fighting for our self-actualization, embracing, nourishing, maintaining our peoplehood, our connection to our homeland, connection to our past, and ensuring our future. Our existence is resistance. Our living is winning. So Jews, allies, do not let those who hate us define us. Anti-Semitism has existed throughout centuries. Anti-Jewish hatred and racism has been given different justifications because in ancient times, as Greek, Roman, Ottoman, Arab, Muslim, Christian armies came in and occupied us and conquered us, they sought empire domination. It was about land. Then in the Middle Ages, it was about religion, as we were different, a minority. And we did not practice religion the way they did, the way the Christians and Muslims did. So we were persecuted for it. We were called witches, especially our Jewish women. And then in the 1900s, it became about race. We were deemed inferior, rounded up, gassed, murdered. But then society changed, and it became that racism was not acceptable. So it became about land again, as if we don't have a right to exist anywhere. The haters practice erasure, trying to erase and eradicate us out of our homeland, out of wherever else we live, whether it's in Israel, in Europe, in Arab lands, and even here in America. Those who hate us try to justify attacking Jews. From the river to the sea, it's not about land for Islamists. It's about jihad. It is about religion. Those in the West who support Islamists think it's about land. and the useful idiots, yes, I call them useful idiots because that is what they are, the silent bystanders as well, as Israelis and Jews get attacked in Israel and across the world, and even here in the United States every day in every major city, even here in Washington, D.C., our nation's capital. As an actor, filmmaker, and journalist, I use my platforms and my entire career to represent and advocate for the causes of Jews and our allies. I used to think we had more allies, but in this post-October 7th world, we realize that we do not have as many allies as we hope for. And that, my friends, Achim ve'achayot, is when Zionism kicks into high gear. And when I and my group were assaulted during the middle of the DC LGBTQ Pride March, when we were beaten up, we were heckled, and we were attacked during the New York City LGBTQ Pride March, I connected to what? My Jewish pride. And when I do receive death threats and hate messages on social media and in real life, I will not be weakened. I will not be a weak Jew. I will be a strong Jew. I will be a fabulous Jew. And I will fight for you. When I advocated for my friend Moran, who was held hostage, and when I met and support those dealing with the traumas of surviving the attacks, the shattering pain and grief of losing family, of losing friends, to the terror attacks on October 7th and the ongoing war. Friends and children and siblings of friends who fought in the IDF and fell in battle defending not just Israel, but all of the Jewish people, and being the front lines for the fight for democracy. I connect to my Jewish identity. I inform and empower my advocacy from that place, meeting with elected officials, politicians, and appointed officials every week, advocating for American Jews, Israel, and LGBTQ concerns, even though my own LGBTQIA+ community turns its back on me, on Jews, on Zionism, on Israel. Believe me, I take the fight within my own community, to the point that I've lost the vast majority of my friends in the progressive LGBTQ and Hollywood spaces and communities. But how dare I be bold? How dare I be outspoken? How dare I be a Jew? I will not wait for anybody to untwist their twisted minds from the joining of the pandemic of antisemitism that is plaguing our world. So I will fight for you, for them, for us. We all must fight and represent for the lives of the 101 hostages who are still held in captivity for 401 days by Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, Gazans, and their supporters. That includes the Americans who are currently, torturously, still held hostage too. We represent Israel, America, and everywhere we live. We represent each other with unity and not conformity. We, Jews and allies, are wonderfully diverse. And as we see here today, Jews, Christians, Muslims, Hindus, Baha'i, Druze, atheists, Republicans, Democrats, people from countries around the world, straight, LGBTQ, all of us here today, we empower each other to be leaders and warriors in the battle for our lives. What can you do? Step up, speak up, take action. Be active on social media to the battle of misinformation and disinformation that is plaguing our society. Connect with me. Let me know how I can help you, because I'm here for you just as much as I need you to be here for me. And reach out to your elected leaders. Remind them that you represent them as much as they represent you. Be active within the Jewish organizations in America, Israel, and internationally, because they need your support and collaboration. Above all else, my friends, my people, my fellow activists, chant Hineni. Do your part as bold, strong, powerful, prepared, active, and fabulous Jews and allies. Because together we will ensure that our slogan of existence is not merely a phrase, it is our battle cry, ensuring our existence. Am Israel Chai.
Shalom, my friends. I am Seth Lightman, the Green Living Guy. I urge you to recognize the intersection between environmentalism and America and Israel's national security. Since the 90s, I've been working to improve air quality, save energy, and reduce our reliance on imported oils. I have 3 acts you can do right now to protect America and Israel against foreign terror. Buy an electric car. Urge your leaders to support wind and solar power. Wean our country from our dependence on leaders of oil-producing countries. We have habitually sent trillions to oil-rich leaders that hate America, Israel, and democratic values. Leaders of Qatar, Iran, and Iraq use dirty oil money to harbor and fund terrorist groups like Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis and the Iran regime. Cutting out this dirty money they use for missiles forces them to compete with other nations for energy production and to diversify their businesses, so they must integrate with the West instead of attack it. Israel is leading by examples. Wind turbines in the Golan Heights, solar fields in the Negev, advanced water, energy, and conserving agriculture. Israel is powered largely by its own resources. We can do the same and reduce foreign threats by doing so. Terrorism by Hezbollah and from Gaza is an environmental disaster that is also a national security threat to Israel and America. Why? Why, you ask? The North is facing devastating fires. Swift reforestation of Israel is crucial to preserve Israel's water sources, arable land, and economy, which prevents their physical dependence on hostile neighboring and foreign countries. Planting trees in Israel and America reduces temperatures, saving our energy and prevents our dependence on hostile foreign oil. So planting trees here in Israel is an act of patriotism. I personally have planted over 6,100 trees globally. Let's do more together. Supporting Israel in its fight against terror is supporting our environment. Israel is the most prolific green startup nation in the world. Israel's innovation in water conservation and solar energy and sustainable agriculture are tikkun olam in how the world uses energy and conserves resources. By defending Israel's right to exist and continue leading the way, we defend everyone's right to exist on a planet that sustains us. So let's plant trees, develop solar and wind energy, drive electric cars, and stop doing oil business with our leaders who want our destruction. Urge leaders of environmental agencies to be more complicit with renewable energy development to our national security and anti-terror laws. Your commitment to sustainability ensures the national safety of America, Israel, and the Western world. And I'll leave you with this. While Greta Thunberg wears a keffiyeh, I am standing right here for you. As a former U.S. wire, a former volunteer for Tzarel, and also a Chabadnik now. I love you all. I am Seth Lightman, and I am your Green Living Guy. Thank you. Am Yisrael Chai.
All right, guys, let's give it up next for Brooke Goldstein, the founder of the Lawfare Project and End Jew Hatred.
Okay. Good afternoon, Washington, D.C. It is an honor to be here with you today. as the proud founder and executive director of the Lawfare Project and the founder of the End Jew Hatred movement. We live in the age of minority rights movements. It's not the same to be black or to be gay or to be a woman as it was 15 years ago. So why is it still socially acceptable to engage in Jew hatred? The Jewish people are the oldest, most persecuted minority community in human history. And yet, despite the laws that are meant to protect minority communities, despite the Constitution, despite Title VI of the Civil Rights Act, we, the Jewish people, are still subject to the same discrimination we have felt for centuries. The Jewish community has always mobilized for others. Jews have marched for black civil rights. We have shown up for women's rights. Jews have lobbied for gay rights. How about Jews for Jewish rights? The time is now for a Jewish civil rights movement. In fact, the establishment of Jewish civil rights and equality for every Jewish man, woman, and child in America is the greatest civil rights issue of our lifetime. People ask me, is it possible to end Jew hatred? Well, hatred is an emotion. Everybody is born with it. But no child is born with Jew hatred in his or her heart. Jew hatred is taught. It is indoctrinated. It is taught in the streets of Tehran and Jenin, and it is taught on our college campuses and on our social media today. So how do we end Jew hatred in our lifetime? We do so by following the same playbook that every other minority community has done in this great country, through impact litigation and grassroots mobilization. I have a vision. I have a call to action that every single Jewish man, woman, and child is strategically mobilized on the streets, online, in the courtroom, and in the halls of Congress to impose consequences and accountability for Jew hatred. My call to action is that every time a Jewish student's civil rights are violated, they seek counsel and they file a lawsuit to enforce their civil rights. That is why the Lawfare Project is suing Columbia University. That is why we are suing Carnegie Mellon University. And that is why we are suing Cooper Union for anti-Semitic discrimination. And we will win. My vision is that every time an anti-Semite expresses hatred, that the entire Jewish community unifies across political and partisan lines to protest on the streets and to hold that Jew hater accountable. For the truth is on our side, the law is on our side, and if we unify, we will be victorious. But if we remain divided, we will fail. Whether or not we end Jew hatred here in America is up to each and every single one of you in the audience today, because nobody will save us, nobody will march for us, and nobody will enforce our civil rights for us. We must do it for ourselves. And guess what? If you believe in ending Jew hatred, you're already part of the movement. But the next step is taking direct action. So join the End Jew Hatred chapters. Use our WhatsApp groups to mobilize. Come to a protest. Organize your own rally. Follow us on Instagram and seek legal representation if you are discriminated against. And ask what you can do individually. What is your unique contribution going to be to ending Jew hatred in our lifetime? It is possible. Thank you very much.
again. How are we doing? Woo! All right, we're getting more people in here. I am so honored to introduce our next guest, the incredibly talented Ada Pasternak. She is an incredible singer, songwriter, violinist, and artist. So give it up for Ada. Woo!
There we go. Hi, friends. Hi, Mishpucha. Hello, everybody. This is my original song, 100 Days. It's been 100 days since I've seen your face, and I don't know how you are. I won't give up hope, but it's hard to hope when you're close but so damn far. I just wanna wake up from this nightmare, 'cause I need you here right now. So bring them home, safe and warm where they belong. Bring them home. It's getting harder to stay strong. For every missing part, there's a broken heart. Time is passing by like the clouds in the sky, but no time has gone by. I could go outside and the sun still shines, but all I could do is cry. I just wanna wake up from this nightmare, 'cause I need you here right now. So bring them home, safe and warm where they belong. Bring them home. It's getting harder to be strong. For every missing part, there's a broken heart. I will see you again. Wait for you till the end. I'll wait for you. I'll wait for you till we're dancing again. I'll be holding your hand. I'll wait for you. I'll wait for you. So bring them home, safe and warm where they belong. Bring them home. It's getting harder to be strong. For every missing part, there's a broken heart. So bring them home. Bring them home. Bring them home. Bring them home. Thank you.
Can we give it up again for Ada, please? Woo!
Thank you.
That was amazing. We are now so lucky to have a special treat. We have Ada and the incredible Lebanese singer Karine Bastili to come sing their own special rendition of October Rain.
Hi. Do you want to come a little closer to me, or? We're going to figure it out. It's going to be okay.
Is that the right track? It is the track, but it's not working the way it used to.
Shit happens. It's so good to be here with all of you. It's very special to come together. It really means a lot to me.
But it's not like it's going very slow, and it's not like...
I love you. I love you guys.
I can't sing on it. It's true. Like, it's not the way I like it.
Why don't we try acapella?
Okay.
Really?
All right, let's just sing a cappella.
Want to try it?
Let's just do a cappella.
A cappella?
Yeah?
All right, we're doing a cappella. All right. Are y'all going to sing along with us?
At least the English. All right. كاتب التاريخ اسمعني وانظر في عيني أترى الناس ترحل بلا وداع.
Someone stole the moon tonight, took my light, everything will be alright. Who's the fool who told you boys don't cry?
ساعات وساعات تمضي في الحياة لا مكان للخوف فالوقت يجري كل ما يستطيع الآن
Holding on to this
رحلة إيمان رحلة البقاء
I got nothing to hide.
في العالم أترك الكل وراء أعيدك أني لن أستكين رغم
I'm still broken from this hurricane. October rain.
شتاء تشرين أعيدك أني لن أستكين رغم الآلام وشتاء تشرين شتاء تشرين לא צריך מילים גדולות רק תפילות אפילו אם קשה לראות תמיד אתה משאיר לי אור אחד קטן.
Love you all. Thank you.
Please welcome Sabrina Sofer and Noah Fay.
Hello, everyone. The true guardians of a community are its teachers. These words, inscribed in the Talmud more than 1,000 years ago today, echo very loud. I'm Sabrina Sofer, and I'm a senior at George Washington University here in our nation's capital. My family's name, Sofer, carries the legacy of ancient scribes, embodied by Zionist visionaries whose pens held equal power to that of a sword. With their pens and their voices, they questioned and argued. They confronted the very ways we live. I'm here today to confront the very ways that our people, the Jewish people, the American people, and Israel have been subjected to what I call the pipeline of hate. A little over a year ago, tsunamis of hate flooded our schools and streets. In the aftermath of Hamas's barbaric savagery, we heard our peers call for the death of Zionists. And some of our professors
called that savagery glorious and awesome. We saw posters reading "Go back to Europe" and "Final solution." Our fellow students harassed us, desecrated campus property, and intimidated our families. And so we ask, where did this all come from? How did we get here? We live in a world where many of our institutions are at the forefront of an anti-intellectual, anti-Semitic indoctrination. For over a generation, festering, poisoning young, innocent minds with distortions and false narratives. And our university administrators, paid billions by foreign adversaries courtesy of the Iranian regime, are complicit. It was Holocaust survivor Primo Levi who once said that monsters do exist, but they are too few in number. It's the common people, the functionaries who believe without question and act blindly who are most dangerous. To every single one of you here today, we must unequivocally challenge and call out those professors who legitimize and incite terrorism. We must challenge faculty who weaponize their pulpit for sinister agendas, and the administrators too coward to confront who cover it up. We must stand up to all who perpetuate the pipeline of hate. Teachers lay down foundations of civilization. The scribes, our ancient teachers, gave us the Torah and generations of commentary, encouraging debate. Robust debate has opened pathways for us to dream and will Jewish and American freedom into reality. As Theodore Herzl once said, Jewish strength is unity, not uniformity. We celebrate our differences and we work toward the oneness and toughness of our people. Anachnu am echad, am chazak. Here in the land of the free, we have a choice: to shrink in fear or rise in strength. Forgetting is easy, complacency is comfortable. But in troubled times, we must stand up. We must take risks. Freedom is fragile. March onward, lifting the torch of truth. Embody the spirit of Israel's elite forces, Sayeret Matkal. Hame'ez menatzeach, who dares wins. Am Yisrael Chai.
I am a student at Columbia University. On my campus, we have been pelted with stones. Our flags have been burned. We have been spat on. We have been told that our rape, mutilation, and murder are nothing more than resistance by any means necessary. Our Maganim David have been ripped from our necks. For over a year, we have fought the anti-Semitism that has reared its head in the wake of October 7th. And now we have been told that we Americans, the leaders of democracy and defenders of freedom, are the enemy that must be destroyed by any means necessary. We, the Jewish people, do not stand alone in this fight. What starts as anti-Semitism does not end as only anti-Semitism. Although too many Americans still have yet to see it, our entire country, the United States of America, is threatened by the hate uncovered by October 7th. But to those of us, and to my fellow students especially, who are tempted to give in to doubt and despair, let me remind you, we are familiar with the struggle against hatred, and we are familiar with the feeling of triumph over it. Both the Jewish and American people have faced hatred before, and we know how victory is won. Darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate. Only love can do that. The words of the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. As Dr. King declared in this city, in this nation, decades ago, I say here and now, we too shall overcome. Just as we overcame the hatred of Jim Crow, we shall overcome the hatred of anti-Semitism today. We have done it before, and we will do it again. Because we are not just fighting against hatred, we are fighting for each other. We, the Jewish people, will always fight back, not because we hate what confronts us, but because we love what we know stands tall behind us. Thousands of years of survival, strength, and community in the face of the exact hatred before us now. We will overcome because we love being Jewish more than anyone could ever hate us for it. So with nonviolence, with peace, and most importantly, with love, we shall overcome. And even if we have to stand alone, we will stand. Toda rabah. And now it's my pleasure to introduce April Powers and Lonnie.
Hello, I'm April Powers.
And I'm Lonnie Ampo.
And we're here to bring our unique perspectives to the conversation, each of us representing different facets of resilience within Indigenous and multi-ethnic Jewish communities. And of course, we've both been canceled for even talking about anti-Semitism. I am the descendant of survivors of chattel slavery here in the US and Jews who fled pogroms in Eastern Europe, which basically means I'm bluish, I'm Black and Jewish. And my Jewish grandparents don't have a single white identified great-grandchild. We've got Jewtinos, we have bluish, we have disabled, queer, neuroatypical, pick it, we've got it. And I have led DEI for some of the largest companies in the world. That's diversity, equity, and inclusion. I also co-founded Juby and Princess to ensure inclusion in our Jewish communal spaces. In the work that I do as the Vice President of DEI for Project Shema, I see that Jews are often left out, miscategorized, and misunderstood. And my mission is to help those responsible for DEI to make sure that the fullness of who we are is included. Not just our sad stories, but the story of our history, culture, language, civilization. In order to humanize our people, we must include the joys with the oys. If you work at any company with employee resource groups, aka ERGs, ask them that they allow you to create a Jewish cultural heritage ERG. I have all the free resources for you, come find me. And remember, it is okay to put your own oxygen mask on first so that you can continue to help others as our Jewish values of tikkun olam require of us. Lonnie is an Indigenous advocate who brings a really powerful perspective on Jewish indigeneity and solidarity among Indigenous peoples.
Thank you, April. Hello again. I'm Lonnie Ampo. I am Lakota, Hidatsa, Mandan, and Arikara, and Jewish. I am the daughter and granddaughter of Indian boarding school survivors and the descendant of Jewish refugees who survived Russian pogroms. I am a product of colonial and supremacy violence, but more importantly, I am the resilience of two Indigenous peoples from opposite sides of the globe whose destinies collided on Turtle Island, or what many of you lovingly call America. In my work as an Indigenous advocate, I witnessed the exclusion of Jewish voices and the distortion of Jewish history, leading to the denial of Jewish people's rightful place among Indigenous nations. This erasure fuels narratives that falsely portray Israel as a colonial state and Zionist, aka Jews, as illegal settlers in our own indigenous homeland, when in reality, Zionism and the reestablishment of Israel were among the first actualizations of land back, an indigenous movement reclaiming homeland, sovereignty, and culture. On October 7th, Palestinian militias invaded the sovereign indigenous nation of Israel, committing the deadliest terrorist attack per capita in human history. More than 1,300 Israelis were barbarically slaughtered. Hundreds were kidnapped, 101 of which are still being held captive by Hamas. And mass rape was weaponized indiscriminately against Israeli civilians. Actions many falsely labeled as Palestinian liberation and even indigenous resistance. Let me be clear, there is no context where rape is resistance, and it certainly is not indigenous resistance. Militarized mass rape is a war crime, and it is a tool specifically used in genocidal conquest. We must acknowledge that October 7th was a publicly staged modern Islamic conquest carried out by Hamas, orchestrated and funded by the Islamic Republic in Iran for the sole purpose of humiliating and dominating the Israel nation and destroying the lifeline of the Jewish people. Today, despite the brutality of this attack and the narrative of Israel being a colonial state, being based in historical revisionism and disinformation, this targeted campaign is largely facilitated by universities and global media, contributing to widespread indoctrination and radicalization. The validation of this agenda and the lack of condemnation for the October 7th attack by world leaders and organizations has sparked an extreme rise in anti-Semitic violence across the globe, echoing the early stages of the Holocaust. The rippling impact of this agenda also sets a dangerous precedent, jeopardizing the rights of indigenous people globally. Solidarity to protect our Jewish and Israeli relatives, indigenous rights, and humanity is more critical now than ever. We should be able to recognize the impacts of war on Palestinian children and civilians without distorting reality or scapegoating Jews for the actions and consequences of Palestinian militants. Beneath the trauma and the imposed radical ideologies creating division, we are relatives. Our connection as deeply intertwined as the roots of olive trees. Together, we have the responsibility and the power to heal our communities in honor of our lost loved ones, our future generations, and the lands that sustain us. Let us choose to rise to the occasion.
And now that the election is over, no matter how many of your friends and family voted for someone who has disappointed you, we have to come back together as a human family. We have to come back together as a Jewish family, the whole mishpucha. We're only 15 million people, and we cannot remain divided or allow people to divide us further. We also ask that you remember that Lonnie and I are not Junicorns, that over half of Israelis would not be considered white here. We are what Jewish looks like too. We ask that you remember multi-ethnic Jews, Sephardic and Mizrahi, Beta Israelis, Latin, Asian, Black, Native American, LGBTQ+, and disabled Jews who deserve visibility and a place in everything you do. We are legitimate Jewish voices from the diaspora,
fighting on all fronts of our identities, both visible and invisible, for the survival of Jewish people and all indigenous communities, and we always will. Am Israel Chai.
Please welcome to the stage Vivace Max Victor.
Hello, beautiful people. You may have seen me screaming in the streets of New York to bring them home. I was born and raised in Iran. I am Jewish. Not only did I grow up under a terrorist regime, but for the first 12 years of my life, I grew up in a household of terrifying domestic violence. The trauma and terror that marked my childhood have given me first-hand understanding of injustice, making this hostage crisis deeply personal to me. In 1979, Iranian militants stormed the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, and they took 52 Americans hostage for 444 days. We cannot allow such brutal acts to echo through history once again. And we cannot allow terrorists to profit from the capture and murder of American citizens. There are still 101 hostages held captive, including 2 children, 13 women, and 7 American citizens. And as Americans, we must demand safety for American citizens, no matter where they are. The murder of our American brother, Hirsch Goldberg Poland, and 5 other innocent unarmed hostages was not resistance. It was terrorism. We must also remember the documented sexual violence endured by female hostages. The terrorists responsible for this brutality must be brought to justice. This is not about politics. This is about basic human rights. Silence in the face of our hostages' suffering is a betrayal of our humanity, and thus we demand the immediate and unconditional release of all of the hostages. Please join me in saying, bring them home, 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 bring them home. God bless America, Nam Israel Chai. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for the warm welcome. Thank you, Ayelet, Aviv, David Ruda, Daniel Ofek, and Jennifer Lokan for your support and bringing me here to have this opportunity to speak here. Special thanks to Bill Ekman, to Eitan Stiva, President Herzog, and the Forum of the Hostages in America, though they couldn't come here. And to all of you, thank you for being here today and for your unwavering support. My name is Daniel Lifshitz. I'm the grandson of Oded and Yocheved Lifshitz, who were kidnapped from their home in Kibbutz Nir Oz on that dark Saturday. My grandmother Yocheved was released after 17 days, but my grandfather, who is 84 years old, is still being held captive. I grew up in Kibbutz Nir Oz. Once a symbol of serenity has become one of the greatest tragedies our nation has ever seen. My home has lost so much. 1 out of every 4 people in Nir Oz was either kidnapped or murdered. 1 out of every 4 people. 29 people from my home are still held captive. Among them, my grandfather, my stepsister Arbel Yehud, and my childhood friend Sagid Ekelchen. It's hard to put into words who my grandfather is to me. I miss him deeply. I miss our conversation and our Friday night dinners. I miss picking cactuses with him in the garden he loves. I miss watching the Queen of the Night flower bloom once a year with him as we kept it alive as long as possible. It bloomed this year, Saba, and I can't believe you weren't there to see it. My grandfather is the wisest, most courageous person I know. He always stood up for what was right, living by the value of the kibbutz, of the family, and of our country. He is pursuer of peace, always finding ways to bridge divides. He ensured that Bedouins communities had water and drove sick people from Gaza to receive medical care. I miss him. My daughter Lilu misses him. We all miss him. It's been 401 days. 401 days. I've traveled the globe, met world leaders, given countless speeches, and yet they are still there. In those dark tunnels, starving, trying to survive, waiting for the world leader to take action and bring them home. My stepsister Arbel, a gentle, beautiful soul, was kidnapped from her home with her boyfriend Ariel Cunyo. They are both still being held captive. Arbel, a kind and curious woman, who loves to travel, who loves spending time with her nieces and nephews, who chose to explore spaces out of a wonder for the world, has been held captive far too long. Her brother was murdered that day, and his remains were only found months later. I promised her parents, and I promised my friend Dolev, and I promised myself that I would do everything in my power to bring Arbel back home. But the worlds keep failing her. We have failed her, my grandfather and so many others, for 401 days. 401 days. Every day in captivity is a day too long. Every moment counts, and every second they spend, there is a second in which we could be saving them. The US has been an incredible friend and ally, and the Jewish community here has embraced us and supported us each and every day. We are so grateful to you for standing with us. To President Biden and President-elect Trump, I ask you, I urge you, seize this moment. With Sinwar eliminated, pressure the mediators to secure a deal that will bring our people home. Our nation is in deep pain. Soldiers are dying in war, and our families cannot begin to heal until our loved ones return. A negotiated deal is the only way we can begin to heal as a nation, as families, and as individuals. We need our leaders to have the courage to end this unending suffering. My grandfather is a peace activist who believes in people and the power to create change. He never gave up on peace or on ways to bridge between us. Whoa. We must do everything now to bring them home. We must act now. We need the entire world to stand with us. We can't do this alone. Seal a deal. Bring them home now. Thank you very much. Bring them home. Bring them home. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Yair Levy.
Hello, everyone. We're going to sing a song for the hostages together. The song called The Prayer of Leah. Leah is the mother of Hadar Golding. Leah Golding. The prayer of Leah, that all the hostages will come back home. בן שלי, הבני, אני עושה הכל לפעמים לאמא אין כבר כוח, ענני, העונה בעת רצון. בן שלי, אנא סלח לי, אני רוצה לצעוק עד שיפתח הים והוא יעננו, העונה בעת צרות. לאור פניך מאז אנחנו הולכים, עד שתחזור עד כלות הימים. קוראת לך הביתה, בוא הביתה. תפילת האמא, תפילת האבות, תפילה בכחול ולבן, תשמע אותי קורא, בוא הביתה. כי חיכינו כבר שעות, ימים ולילות, בוא הביתה. השבר הוא גדול, אוסף את כל סימן ואור, ובלילות הלב שלי סופר דקות. בן אהוב תראני, תפילת לעולם, כל נשימה שלי לך, ובתפילה גדולה תחשר בעת נעילה. זוכר את אבא מגהץ לך מדהים, תראה אותי זועקת מול האנשים. קוראת לך הביתה, בוא הביתה. תפילת האמא, תפילת האבות, תפילה בכחול ולבן, תשמע אותי קורא, כי חיכינו כבר שעות, ימים ולילות, בוא הביתה. Amen. I want to introduce you again to Karin Basili, one of the most brave women that I know. She came all the way from California now, but originally she's from Lebanon. She risked a lot in her life to be here on this stage, and we're going to sing together a prayer for healing, for the soldiers of Israel, for the hostages. Tfilat Refana. לכל החיילים, תודה רבה. Thank you very much.
Please welcome tech entrepreneur and founder of Me Too, Unless You Are a Jew, Danielle Ofek.
Shalom all. Over a year ago, I waited for humanitarian and women's organizations to speak out. Silence. Days turned to weeks and still nothing. Acts like rape and hostage-taking dismissed, excused, or justified. Somehow, even calls for genocide are seen as free speech, and in some circles, even praised. Particularly in academia, the arts, among humanitarian groups. Nowhere is this bias clearer than at the United Nations. While Iran sits on human rights committees, Israel is condemned for defending itself. The silence from UN Women on shocking sexual violence speaks volumes. To them, it's me too unless you are a Jew. Seeing this, I knew we could no longer rely on others. In October 2023, I founded Me Too Unless You Are a Jew, a campaign to hold these organizations accountable. Unfortunately, there is still a need to speak out for the victims of October 7th. I invite you to sign the petition on our website for the women, girls, and hostages for humanity. Help us hold the UN and UN women accountable and bring the hostages home. Together, we hold the truth in our hands. We are the people of peace, of acceptance, of love for one another. That is why we have survived. October 7 made it clear, clearer than ever, there is only one way to be, together. Only one way to live, together. Only one way to exist, together. The people of Israel will always endure. We will always exist. We are an eternal people, and we are not going anywhere. Today, we stand here to declare that the people of Israel live. Am Israel Chai.
Assalamu alaikum and shalom. I stood here in front of you a year ago and declared that you, my Abrahamic brothers and sisters, are not alone. And today I'm here to remind you that there are more of us standing with you than there were on October 7th. What happened on October 7th is against every core tenet of Islam, and it must be condemned by every Muslim and every human being with a moral compass. I want to tell you, my brothers and sisters, how can we support Hamas? This is the charter of Hamas. They say day of judgment will not come about until Muslims fight the Jews. When the Jew will hide behind the stones and trees will say, oh Muslims, oh Abdullah, there is a Jew behind me. Come and kill him. Such hate speech and calls to genocide must be condemned by all decent human beings. I ask those Muslims, my brothers and sisters, who are hating Muslims in Netherlands and on campuses around the US, in New York and Los Angeles and so many other places in this beautiful country of ours, that stop. Stop in the name of Allah. Do not kill and do not hate. in the name of Allah, because Allah has chosen the Abrahamic people, the people of Moses, the people of Abraham are sacred to Allah. They are sacred to us. In Surah Al-Maidah in the Quran, Allah says, whoever kills a person, it is as if he has killed all humanity. And whoever saves a person, it is as if he has saved humanity. So do not defy the word of Allah. If you are a Muslim, stand with the Jewish people because they stood with us after 9/11. They stood with the women, they stood with the blacks, they stood with the Latinos, and they deserve our support. On October 7th, organizations in America called that movement resistance and said the Jews deserved it. No, they did not. No one deserves what happened to the Israelis on October 7th. And let me tell you, brothers and sisters, those who came for the Jews will come for everybody else. But as for my Muslim brothers and sisters, I want you to think who's going to stand with you when they come for you. Let's stand together and ask everyone to stand up and say, bring them all home. Bring the hostages home. And let's all say, Am Israel Chai, and God bless America.
And now I would like to welcome the Neutra family.
I'm Orna Neutra, mother of Omer Neutra. Omer was born in Manhattan, raised on Long Island, and has now endured over 400 days in captivity in Hamas tunnels. He's now 23. He was taken hostage at 21, and he's marked 2 birthdays in captivity. Omer is a descendant of Holocaust survivors. Like many of you here, he was raised to love both the United States and Israel. After high school, he found a deep connection and love with Israel, and after careful thought, chose to join the IDF. We were so proud. Omer was a first responder to the border breach on October 7th, when he and his team were attacked and taken captive. And since that day, life as we know it has stopped. We live with fear every moment, knowing the mortal danger he is in. Redeeming captives, Pidyon Shvuyim, is a core value in Jewish tradition. To us, human life is sacred, and yet for 400 days, Omer has endured darkness and isolation, fed only despair by captors telling him no one is coming.
I'm Daniel Neutra, Omer's brother. It's been 400 days and I miss him. I can't count how many nights I've dreamed about him. I've been asked if I dream about the day of his return, but all I see in my dreams is normal life. Playing board games or NBA 2K together, and him always winning, of course. Remembering our hundreds of inside jokes and funny memories together. I see him coming into my room and forcing me to stay up and watch that 70s show with him because he's bored. Getting annoyed at each other over stupid things like the laundry. In the past year, when something amusing or bizarre happens, I look for Omer's grin to confirm my emotions. And I find his smile on posters and stickers around the world. And I wear it on my shirt. But I know that the real Omer is deep underground. His throat is parched and his stomach is clawing at him. I can't ask him to smile, but I only hope he hears the words I say. Or at least knows in his heart that I'm fighting for him. And knows that we have not forgotten him.
The recent elections provide a window of opportunity for the outgoing and incoming administrations to work together. The time is now. A year ago, we saw a deal that brought over 100 hostages home. It's the only proven path to bringing them all back. With many of the war goals achieved and Sinwar eliminated, the release of the hostages remains the most important goal. We must remember our values. We must remember our people who are still there, our heart and our soul. Only by bringing everyone home can we as Jews move forward, can Israelis begin to heal and rebuild. We must stand together to bring the hostages home. We thank you and express our deepest gratitude for your support, for standing with us and giving us strength through this nightmare. You remind us that we do not stand alone and that only together we will bring them home.
Bring them home. Bring them home. Can hear you. Bring them home. Bring them home. Bring our son and everybody else home.
Keshet Chaim presents Tir Kedi, a new dance inspired by the Nova Festival. This moving and powerful tribute honors those who perished, those who survived, and those who were taken hostage on October 7th. From horror and grief to resilience and our indomitable spirit, we dance again in Tir Kedi.
השירים עושים לך טוב, כולם חברים כאן, אחים אחיות, תרקדי, תעופי בלי לחשוב, פה ושם תרגי קצת, תשמרי לך כוחות, אולי תברחי, אין לנו זמן, אולי תברחי, הם עוד מעט כאן, ואם תשמעי צליפות הדשא חוטי ישן, תרוצי מהר רק נגד הזמן, שריקות העדף, עמודי ענן, אל תעצרי, אני בדרך ועם היד, את בטח רוקדת לך שם, בטח רוקדת לך שם, תרקדי, אל תדאגי זה הנוף, שכלום לא יזיז לך, גם לא אש הקרבות, תרקדי, נתראה בקרוב, כולם מחכים לך, רק עוד כמה שבתות, אל תדאגי, ייקח לנו זמן, אל תדאגי, את עוד מעט כאן. ואם תשמעי צליפות הדשא, חוטי עשן, תרוצי מהר, את נגד הזמן. שריקות העדר, עמודי ענן, אל תעצרי, אני בדרך. ואם עייפת, את בטח רוקדת לך שם. בטח רוקדת לך שם, את בטח רוקדת לך שם. לה 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 תהיו לך מקלט, אל תעצרי כי את לוחמת. ואם עייפת, את בטח רוקדת לך שם.
Okay. Please welcome to the stage from 5 for Fighting. Please welcome singer and songwriter John Ondrasik, a great friend of the Jewish people, accompanied by Hazamir.
Good afternoon. In April, I was honored to go to Tel Aviv and perform at Hashish Square. It was my first time ever to Israel. It turned out that that night that I performed was April 13th, the night Iran attacked. I came back a different person. The day after the attack, people were playing volleyball on the beach. They were going to work. And I saw firsthand how Israel and Jewish people find joy and the way to live their lives in the darkest of times. It really is the sentiment of this song, 100 Years. For a moment, caught in between 10 and 20, and I'm just dreaming, counting the ways to where you are. I'm 22 for a moment, she feels better than ever, and we're on fire, making our way back from Mars. In 15, there's still time for you. Time to buy, time to lose. 15, there's never a wish better than this. When you only got 100 years to live. I'm still the man. You see, I'm a there, a kid on the way, a family on my mind. I'm 45 for a moment. The sea is high. We're heading into a crisis, chasing the years of our life. In 15, there's still time for you. Time to buy, time to lose yourself within a morning star. In 15, I'm alright with you. 15, there's never a wish better than this. When you only got 100 years to live, half time goes by, suddenly you're wise. Another blink of an eye, 67's gone, sun is getting high. We're moving on, we're moving on. I'm not denying for a moment, I'm dying for just another moment, and I'm just dreaming, counting the ways to where you are. In 15, there's still time for you. 22, I feel you too. 33, you're on your way. Every day's a new day now. It's a new day now. It's a new day. In 15, there's still time for you. Time to buy, time to choose. Hey, 15, there's never a wish better than this. No better than this. When you only got 100 years to live. Corey! Thanks, guys. Thank you. All right, we have a very special treat for you all. Please welcome members of the Hazimir, the International Jewish Teen Choir. Together we are going to do a song called OK. It's a song that I wrote after October 7th, inspired by the mayor of New York City, Eric Adams, who said, "Something's deeply broken in our country when 24 hours after the atrocities of October 7th, we have people celebrating in Times Square and across the country." OK is about the moral collapse of many of our institutions. And the theme of OK is, we are not OK. We are not OK with the media. We are not OK with the anti-Semitism on our college campuses. We are not OK with what happened in Amsterdam just a couple of days ago. I made a video and I released this song, and I got a very small sense of what it's like to be Jewish in 2024 when Israel shared my song on social media. The vitriol, the threats. I am not Jewish. In my mind, one does not have to be Jewish to condemn the evil that is Hamas. One just has to be human. This is a time for choosing. This is a time to mourn. The moral man is losing. Forbidden laws forlorn. You hide behind your babies. You hide behind your care. The Habadas have rabies. They'd Holocaust again. I don't understand how you can look yourself in the mirror. I don't understand how does that blood fill up your eyes. And we are All right, we'll see you in the next segment. Hang out, enjoy. We're gonna win this fight, kids.
No one ever said that being an Or LaGoyim, a light unto the nations, was going to be an easy responsibility. Like any mitzvah, any Jewish obligation, it takes dedication and purpose for making the world a better place. It takes educating those around us who do not understand that the lenses with which they see the world are exclusive and not inclusive. To be agents of change, we know that it will take infinite patience, and it's a good thing because we've had 5,000 years of practice. And to be that megawatt light that is bright enough that guides those out of the dark into safety and to a place of better understanding, we will do what we have done time and time again. We will stand shoulder to shoulder with our fellow Jews here and around the world. And we begin by recognizing the power of the spark that is within each and one of us. Like the first night of Hanukkah, when only one flame is lit, it doesn't go very far. But by the 8th night, the power of the candles in front of us, that power is undeniable. And so are we. Kain Yehi Ratzon, so it will be.
Thank you, Rabbi. Introduce yourself.
Oh, it's okay.
Shalom. I'm Anna Kislansky, and I'm the CEO of the Israel Reform Movement, IMPJ, התנועה הרפורמית בישראל. This past Shabbat,
we were reading Parashat Lech Lecha, learning the journey of Abraham toward the land of Canaan, Israel. We also mentioned that the Thursday before Shabbat was the 7th of the Hebrew month of Cheshvan, Zayin b'Cheshvan. On the 3rd day of the month of Mar Cheshvan, prayers for the rain are to be said. According to Rabban Gamliel, the prayers begin on the 7th day of the month, namely 15 days after the festival of Sukkot, so that the last Israelites may have reached the rivers of Prat. That's from the Mishnah. The sages of the Mishnah set 2 different days for the beginning to recite prayers for rain in the drought-prone land of Israel. The mentioning of rain begins on Shmini Atzeret, that is the 8th day at the end of Sukkot, while the plea for rain is said from the 7th day of Mar Cheshvan. From that day, the blessing of the years in the Amidah prayer is changed to read, and grant dew and rain for a blessing. V'ten tal u'matar livracha. The purpose of this 2-stage process was to ensure that Jewish pilgrims from Babylon who had been visiting the land of Israel would be able to return home without having rain catch them during their journey. So while our nation's heritage story begins outside the land of Israel, our formative history is one of an ongoing series of migrations to and from the land. That is why, in our movement in Israel, we mark the 7th of Cheshvan as Diaspora Israel Day. At each point in time, we can find both struggles for survival and rich and even purpose life, both in Israel and throughout the Jewish world. With the understanding and awareness that the war, which broke out following the Hamas attack on October 7th, affects the Jewish world, you in North America, no less than it affects us, the residents of the State of Israel, we need to do all we can to strengthen the connection between Israel and world Jewry. All of Israel are responsible for one another, and in these moments of mutual responsibility between Jews in Israel and Jews around the world, there is great strength and blessing. Betzlacha.
My name is Moshe Hauer, and I have the privilege to serve as the Executive Vice President of the OU, the Orthodox Union, the Union of Orthodox Jewish Congregations of America. Yesterday we read in the Torah the words which God said to Abraham, to Avraham, Veheyeh bracha, you shall be a blessing, you shall be a source of blessing for the world. That wasn't just a blessing to Abraham, that's our mission. It's our purpose, and it is our narrative. We, the Jewish people, in Israel, in the United States, everywhere, we are not content to live and let live. We want to live and we want to help others to thrive. As Jews everywhere confront anti-Semitism that's driven by vicious and false conspiracy theories, as the world refuses to understand Israel's just war, we maintain our mission, our purpose, and our commitment to be a blessing to the world. Veheyeh bracha. We are proud of the steadfast commitment of the Jewish community to making this country healthier, stronger, and kinder. Veheyeh bracha. In every area of endeavor that improves society, from the charitable to the educational to the pursuit of justice for the weak, we are here. Veheyeh bracha. We approach all of our battles, all of our wars, exactly as the original battle was fought by Abraham. What could drive Abraham, a paragon of chesed, of kindness, whose kindness was extended to every stranger, who prayed to God to spare even the evil city of Sodom? What could drive him to go to war? Avram treasured life. He waged war to save life, not to destroy. He went to battle to save Lot, to save a hostage, to sanctify God's name by standing up in defense of the oppressed. That is what drove him to battle. That is what made him successful. That is what drives our beloved Chayalei Tzahal, our soldiers of the Israeli Defense Forces, to go to this battle and how they fight that battle every single day. How we wish and how they wish that we had not had to fight this war. How we wish and how they wish that not a single innocent Palestinian or Lebanese would have to be killed or displaced. We yearn and we pray for this war to end, for us to be able to be the source of blessing to all. That is our mission and purpose. Ve'yeh bracha. We want to live and help others thrive. Ve'yeh bracha. We want the reservists, the miluimnikim, to go back to their work, developing medical breakthroughs, technological advances, to live and help others to thrive. Hayei bracha, we want the IDF soldiers to go back to traveling the world to help those facing disasters, to go back to their studies, to go back to their Torah. We want to live and to help others to thrive. We so wish and we pray that we will live in peace with all our neighbors, that the gift of Israel and of the Jewish people be felt by all, that we will be able to be, as we always have been and is our mission, a source of blessing for all. V'hayei beracha.
Right now, Israel is locked in a fierce battle of survival against Hamas, an Iranian-backed terrorist who have committed and condoned atrocities. We must be resolute and unwavering in support of our ally, the only democracy in the Middle East.
One day is too many to be held hostage, let alone over a year. That's why we cannot rest until every hostage is brought home.
Make no mistake, anti-Semitism has no place in America. It is a problem that must be rooted out wherever it rears its ugly head.
So this is a mission that all of us have to be part of, to end the scourge of anti-Semitism.
Together, we will stand to fight united against anti-Semitism for peace, democracy, and freedom.
The scourge of anti-Semitism is thousands of years old, but the Jewish people have always prevailed. And I know that by joining together, this time will be no different.
And on this day last year, 290,000 of us came together in the largest ever gathering of Jews and allies in American history. Yet we turned our grief into action. So let us continue to remain unified. Am Yisrael Chai.
In the words of the Jewish Federations, anti-Semitism is not historical, it is not theoretical, it is not distant, it is here, it is now.
As a proud Jewish member of Congress, I work every day to ensure that Israel survives and flourishes, but we in Congress can't solve these problems ourselves. And that is why I'm so appreciative of JFNA's event tonight to promote unity against all forms of hate, which has no place in this country.
Israel stands as a beacon of freedom in a sea of authoritarianism. While one side's hate fuels their agenda, it's up to us to support our ally.
I'm so proud to call myself a Jewish American. We must unite around our values and redouble our commitment to Tikkun Olam, starting by repairing the broken bonds in our own community and across our nation.
This event shows that we are stronger when we put aside division and chart a path forward where everyone is respected and celebrated.
We need to support our greatest ally in the Middle East.
Today, regardless of political party, we're standing shoulder to shoulder, that we will not back down, we will not disavow our values, we will not give in to anti-Semitism, and we will not be divided.
Now is the time to reach out to our friends and neighbors and work together to educate people about our history, our pain, and our resilience. It is incumbent upon all of us to call out anti-Semitism wherever we see it. We have always endured as a people. Hope is the light that will guide us through the darkness.
It would be easy for some folks to expect the Jewish people to lose hope. But they don't know the Jewish people. The interests of Israel are the interests of the United States, and the interests of the Jewish people are the interests of all Americans.
Hi, everyone. It's Senator Chuck Schumer, and much thanks to the Conference of Presidents, the Jewish Federations of North America, and all of you who joined this powerful show of unity, needed now more than ever before. What happened in Amsterdam is just outrageous. I watched the videos. The images were eerily reminiscent of Kristallnacht. So we must make sure that those who attack Jews anywhere in the world and in Amsterdam are held accountable and punished accordingly. I was at the record-breaking historic March for Israel last year, ahead of what would prove to be a challenging and heartbreaking year for Jewish communities around the world. The brutality of the attacks on Israel by Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran make rallies like this needed more than ever. As the first Jewish Senate Majority Leader and the highest-ranking elected Jewish official in American history, I was so proud to lead passage of the National Security Supplemental, which gave Israel over $14 billion for the military and anything she might need to defend herself without any conditions. And that will make sure that Israel can defend herself following the tragic attacks on October 7th. We passed more bipartisan aid to Israel than ever before. We must continue working to bring the hostages home. And under my leadership in the Senate, we have sent a clear message that America will always have Israel's back. And that's why I also continue to fight back against the vicious poison of anti-Semitism. I was proud to lead on the nonprofit security grant program, which has benefited so many of the Jewish institutions across the country. And we delivered the highest amount of funding allocated in the program's history. And it allows Jewish communities to protect themselves against anti-Semitism and violence. Because we know all too well that when anti-Semitism rears its ugly head, if it's not well dealt with directly, it grows even deadlier. Thank you all for your leadership. I look forward to working together with you as friends and partners to stand up against anti-Semitism and the attacks against Israel.
1 year ago, you, the leaders of the American Jewish community, came to Washington in a moment of crisis, terror, and tragedy. I was humbled to stand with you and grieve with you just days after October 7th. Today, I'm honored to welcome you back. A year ago, the Israeli people met the horrors of Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad with characteristic resilience. Their brave defenders have continued to meet the scourge of Iran-backed terror from all sides with unshakable resolve. As millions kept vigil, Israel has brought more innocent hostages home and removed more top terrorists from the battlefield. 1 year on from that dreadful day, there's much for friends of Israel to be proud of. But just as Israel's work is unfinished, so is our own here at home. The horrors of October 7th may have woken Israel's friends from complacency, but they also invited the ancient scourge of anti-Semitism out of the darkest fringe of our society to spread even more widely in broad daylight. The rallying cries of the genocidal terrorists on Israel's borders were welcomed and echoed in institutions of government, media, and higher education. So-called elite university campuses that had long harbored academic hostility to Israel have now abetted radical occupation and physical hostility toward Jewish students. Publications that had long indulged in anti-Israel bias in their reporting took their reliance on terrorist propaganda to new extremes. Even mainstream outlets have normalized the use of Hamas-owned preferred casualty figures. And the UN affiliate that had long underwritten the indoctrination of Palestinian children against Israel turned out to have employed active participants in the October 7th massacre. It's been abundantly clear to me that the deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust was a moment that demands moral clarity. Unfortunately, too many powerful and influential places in the West still haven't found that clarity. But I'll continue to do everything in my power to steer the U.S. government toward upholding the commitments we make to Israel, to distinguish unflinchingly between good and evil, to give our friends the time, space, and support to restore its security, and to rebuild credible deterrence against our common enemy, Iran. At challenging times like this, true leadership is especially precious. I'm so grateful to all of you for the leadership you provide to the American Jewish community and the example you offer to friends of Israel across our country. May God bless you and keep you safe. May God bless Israel and the United States of America.
Hello, I'm Congressman Hakeem Jeffries, House Democratic leader, and it's a high honor and a distinct privilege to stand with you all today. This has been an incredibly challenging year for the Jewish community in America, in Israel, and across the world, and for all people of decency who stand with you against the forces of terrorism, extremism, and anti-Semitism. Last year, we watched in horror and heartbreak as Hamas brutally attacked Israel on October 7th with the goal of wiping Israel off the face of the earth. And we continue to carry this pain and suffering with us today as Israel and the Jewish people are once again in an existential struggle for your existence. American and Israeli hostages remain captive in Gaza. Hamas, Hezbollah, Iran, and its proxies seek the destruction of Israel. And here in America, anti-Semitism is on the rise. But as you all gather today, we unequivocally declare never again. Never again. During this moment of incredible challenge, you are once again showing the resilience and strength of the Jewish people in the face of unprecedented struggle. And together we make clear once again that America's commitment to the safety and security of Israel is ironclad and unbreakable. The United States and Israel have a special relationship anchored in our shared values and shared strategic interests. And Congress will continue to support, in a bipartisan way, Israel's unequivocal right to exist as a Jewish and democratic state and eternal homeland for the Jewish people. We will continue to stand up and show up and speak up to make sure that we crush anti-Semitism and bury it in the ground, never to rise again. And we will do everything we can to stand up for the Jewish people and for Israel, always and forever. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Thank you.
We are one people.
Am Yisrael Chai.
For centuries,
through triumph and trial, we have been bound
together
by faith, by hope, by unshakable love.
When one Jew celebrates,
we all celebrate.
When one Jew mourns,
we all mourn.
We are not just a community.
We are family.
From the largest
cities to the smallest
villages,
our hearts beat
as one.
We share the same
history,
the same dreams, the same prayers
for peace.
In times of joy, we come together.
In times of need,
we stand up for one another.
No matter where we are never alone. Kol Yisrael,
Aravim Zebazeh. We are responsible for each other.
It doesn't matter what language we speak,
what customs we follow,
or where we pray,
or who we love.
We are part of the same story.
A story of unity,
strength,
and resilience.
When we stand together,
there is nothing we cannot face.
Our unity is our
greatest strength.
Right now,
we gather as brothers and sisters,
as partners in the holy mission
of the Jewish community.
Together,
we are lighting the path forward
for future generations,
ensuring that our children
know the strengths
and beauty of being part of this people.
We have survived,
we have thrived,
and we will continue to rise together as one.
Please rise for the presentation of our nation's colors by the Joint Armed Forces Color Guard from the Military District of Washington.
Should I be on the right side of you or left? No, you go first. I'll go on the left side.
Please join recording artist Shulam Lemmer in the singing of our national anthem.
Say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your host, Grammy Award-winning comedian and actress, Tiffany Haddish.
And woman pull it together. Where's the tough girl that you were going to
When I first started working bar and bat mitzvahs years ago as a hype dancer, we called ourselves energy producers. I never imagined I'd be standing here today. But that's the beautiful thing about life and about being Jewish. The path isn't always straight, but it leads home. Looking out at you all of you beautiful people, I see what I've learned over my own journey, that Judaism embraces all of us, every color, every background, every story. We've gathered in our nation's capital to stand together for Israel, for the hostages, and against hate in all its forms. Right now, we're living through one of the hardest chapters of our story. 101 hostages are still held in Gaza. College students facing hatred on campuses. Communities grappling with the rising antisemitism. But like so many of you, I learned early that life's hardest moments can lead to our greatest strengths. From foster care to homelessness to finding my truth, both as an artist and as a Jew. That's why what we're doing here matters. 150 organizations spanning every branch of Jewish life coming together. When I discovered my Jewish roots, I learned about all these different kind of Jews. Israeli, American, Reform, Conservative, Orthodox, that's the one with the curls. Some of us are black too. Some of us are black. What? Yes. We're like the original extended family, complete with the arguments about who makes the best matzo balls, right? But that's the beauty of it. Unity isn't about agreeing on everything. It isn't about agreeing on everything. It's about standing together when it matters most. And right now, it matters more than ever. We have U.S. soldiers and IDF heroes with us today, Israeli artists and American performers. We have students and seniors, rabbis and activists. That is what Jewish unity looks like, y'all. Speaking of journeys, we have someone here who knows how to bring together every kind of Jewish soul through music. He combines traditional and modern, East and West, just like our own Jewish story. Please welcome our musical host, a man who brings together sounds and souls from across the Jewish world, the incomparable Idan Rahel.
את הרגע, להתחיל לאסוף את השברים. אולי יצא יותר, להתחיל קצת למהר, להתחיל להסתדר להתחיל לאסוף את השברים. אולי אצא יותר, להתחיל קצת למהר, להתחיל להסתדר ולעשות קצת רע. אולי מקום אחר, מקום יותר בוער, להתחיל קצת לקלקל ולתקן עוד פעם. קצת למהר, להתחיל להסתדר ולעשות קצת רעש. מקום יותר בוער, להתחיל קצת לקלקל ולתקן עוד פעם. אולי יצא יותר, להתחיל קצת למהר, להתחיל להסתדר ולעשות קצת רעש. ולתקן עוד ממעמקים קראתי אלייך, בואי אליי, בשובך יחזור שוב האור בעיניי. לא גמור לא עוזב המגע בידייך, שיבוא ויעיר למשמע קול צבוקך. ממעמקים קראתי אלייך, בואי אליי, מול ירח מאיר את דרכך שוב אליי. נפרסו ונמסו מול מגע של ידייך, באוזנייך לוחש שואל, מי זה קורא לך הלילה? תקשיבי, מי שר בקול אלייך אל חלומך? מי שם נפשו שתהי מאושרת? מי ישים יד ויבנה את ביתך? מי ייתן חייו ישימה מתחתייך? מי כעפר לרגלייך יחייני? יאהבך עוד מכל אוהבייך, מי מכל רוח רעה יצילך ממעמקים. ממעמקים קראתי אלייך, בואי אליי, מול ירח מאיר את דרכך שוב אליי. נפרסו ונמסו מול מגע של ידייך, באוזנייך לוחש שואל, מי זה קורא לך הלילה? הקשיבי, מי שר בקול אלייך אל חלומך? מי שם נפשו שתהי מאושרת? מי ישים יד ויבנה את ביתך? מי ייתן חייו ישימה מתחתייך? מי כעפר לרגלייך יחייני? יאהבך עוד מכל אוהבייך, מי מכל רוח רעה יצילך ממעמקים. מי שר בקול אלייך אל חלונך, מי שם נפשו שתהי מאושרת, מי ישים יד ויבנה את ביתך, מי ייתן חייו ישימה מתחתייך, מי כעפר לרגלייך יחיה לי, יאהבך עוד מכל אוהבייך, מי מכל רוח רעה יצילך לי. זה קורה לך הלילה הקשיבי, מי שר בקול אלייך אל חלונך, מי שם נפשו שתהי מאושרת, ומי ישים יד ויבנה את ביתך, ומי ייתן חייו ישימה מתחתייך, מי כעפר לרגלייך יחיה, מי יאהבך עוד מכל אוהבייך, מי מכל רוח רעה יצילך ממעמקים. We respect Mr. Walker, Asavi Wasa! כל מה שהיה פה ישתנה ממחר, הזמן עוד יתקן את כל מה שכבר נשבר ונשאר. יש מי ששומר את הטוב לידינו, הוא תמיד מחכה. כל מה שהיה פה ישתנה ממחר אם ננסה רק להאמין בלי לדעת, להרגיש בלי לגעת, לדבר עם העיניים גם כשאין יותר מה לומר, לשחרר את הרגע, זה טבעי לפחד מהטבע, לחבק חזק בידיים כל רגע לפני שנגמר. Sir, כל מה שהיה פה ישתנה ממחר. Sir, הזמן עוד יתקן את כל מה שכבר נשבר ונשאר. כל התפילות הניסים בחיינו מתחברים לרגע הזה. כל מה שהיה פה ישתנה ממחר אם ננסה רק להאמין בלי לדעת, להרגיש בלי לגעת, לדבר עם העיניים גם כשאין לי יותר מה לומר, לשחרר את הרגע, זה טבעי לפחד מהטבע, לחבק חזק בידיים כל רגע לפני שנגמר. לחבק חזק בידיים כל רגע לפני שנגמר. כל מה שהיה פה ישתנה ממחר. Bring them home.
An American, Amit Elor,
has taken the international wrestling scene by storm throughout her young career. She already has 8 world titles in various age groups throughout her career, and she's only 20 years of age. She is a legend in the making.
My parents are both from Ashkelon, Israel. My whole extended family lives in Israel. Even though I'm American and I'm proudly representing the US, I feel that in my heart I'm also representing Israel. אני רוצה שתדעו שהלב שלי עם ישראל.
My name is Amit Elor. I am an American. I am a wrestler, and I am an Olympic gold medalist. I am the proud daughter of Israeli parents. I've always been strong. Growing up, I had to be. I'm the youngest of 6. I loved roughhousing with my older, bigger siblings, and I especially loved taking them down. When my brother joined his wrestling team, I'd watch him and I knew it was something I had to do too. It was my calling. Back then, being a female wrestler wasn't easy. We were rare. The coaches didn't know what to do with me. I had to train with boys, many of whom didn't want to pair with a girl. But things were different when I'd visit Israel. I spent summers with my grandma in Ashkelon. When I was there, I trained at a local gym with Israeli wrestlers, and they welcomed me. They were excited for me. In Israel, I felt truly included. I've always been so proud of my Israeli heritage. After October 7th, I spoke out in support of Israel on social media. There was no question. It was what I had to do. But I wasn't prepared for all the hate I'd get for it. Cruel messages, vicious antisemitism. It's not always easy to be publicly, proudly Jewish on the internet. That took strength too. My dreams came true this summer when I got to wrestle in the Paris Olympics. And just like when I was a kid in Ashkelon, Israel embraced me again. I wrestled for Team USA. I can hardly even speak Hebrew. And yet, I learned in Paris that the whole country had my back. Israeli TV channels came to interview me. Israeli followers cheered for me on social media. And when I won the gold medal, the Israeli Olympic team was the first to invite me to dinner. When I think about all those friendships, about all those messages of encouragement, it reminds me that there is strength in unity. I want other young Americans to know, yes, the hate we experience for speaking out hurts, but we must speak out anyway. Because when each of us raises our voice, when we are brave, when we stand up to be counted, and when we do it together, we all become even stronger. As they say in Israel today, "Biachad nenatzeach." Together we will win! Now, it's my pleasure to introduce 2 strong and proud Jewish American college students, Shani Mena and Evan Cohen.
My name is Shani Mena. I'm a proud American, a proud Israeli, a proud Jew, and a proud Zionist. I am a pre-med human biology student at UC San Diego, and I am the chair of Hillel International's Israel Leadership Network.
And my name is Evan Cohen. I am an American Jew and a proud Zionist. I'm a computer science major and a French minor at the University of Michigan. I am president of Michigan Hillel's Wolverine for Israel, and I'm a vice chair of Hillel International's Israel Leadership Network.
Over the last year, professors and students have attempted to rewrite history and redefine our identities. The truth is, anti-Semitism did not begin on college campuses after October 7th. Since my freshman year at UCSD, we've listened to our student government debate resolutions holding Israel to a double standard. We've seen Students for Justice in Palestine build their apartheid wall in the center of our campus and plaster it with blood libels. And days after October 7th, still reeling in tragedy, we heard fellow students chanting for the annihilation of the only Jewish state. But I stand up to them. They chant, "From the river to the sea." I ask, you mean the genocide of the Jewish people? Our greatest threat to those who wish us harm is our unshakable pride. They try to silence us with fear and uncertainty, but we respond defiantly by being loud and proud. Our freedom is one that no bully can take away. Just as our brothers and sisters in Israel have a duty to defend our borders, we as Jewish students have a duty to defend Jewish life and experience on campus.
Like Shani, I have been fighting for Israel since I got to college. I grew up in the United States, but love for Israel was an important part of my life. I was fortunate not to experience anti-Semitism growing up, but I knew it was out there. Then, as I was about to graduate high school, there was the 2021 Gaza war. It was the first time I truly experienced anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism. Just days after committing to study at the University of Michigan, my soon-to-be student government released a one-sided anti-Israel statement. I reached out to the Israel Club on campus, and I asked them, how can I help? They said, we need you to come to Michigan, and we need you to get involved. That's exactly what I did. Since October 7th, I've helped organize pro-Israel events on the Michigan campus with thousands of students attending. These events united the entire Jewish community, just like those around the country and world. Despite political or religious differences, we know that we're stronger together. Our shared history and values mean that we have more in common than what might divide us. At the end of the day, what matters is that we stand united. What matters is that we stand strong. What matters is that we stand for Israel and for the Jewish people. That's what we're doing here today, and that's what we're going to keep doing. Am Yisrael Chai.
Now, Evan and I Am Yisrael Chai, Am Yisrael Chai, Am Yisrael Chai, Am Yisrael, Am Yisrael, Am Yisrael Chai. Am Yisrael Chai. Am Yisrael Chai. Am Yisrael, Am Yisrael, Am Yisrael Chai. Now, Evan and I have the honor of introducing and thanking a leader who has been a powerful ally for the Jewish people, especially over this past year. Congresswoman Virginia Foxx is the chair of the House Committee on Education and Workforce, and she has used her position to demand accountability. She is a determined foe of those who have allowed anti-Semitism to flourish on so many campuses. And we all know what happened to the college presidents who, in their testimony, were unable to plainly stand up against hate.
Congresswoman Foxx, thank you for leading the fight against campus anti-Semitism and supporting students like us. Today's Stand Together event will present 2 awards to leaders who have been allies in our fight. Now, it's our honor to present the first Yitra Award to Congresswoman Virginia Foxx.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. God bless you. Can I set it here?
Of course.
Yes.
Okay.
Go blue.
Friends, allies, and distinguished guests of the Jewish Federation, it is an honor to stand before you today in steadfast support of the Jewish people and the great state of Israel. Radical anti-Israel, anti-Western, and anti-American beliefs have taken root and spread across the university system like a virus. The world watched Harvard, Columbia, Northwestern, and many other universities fail to stop the virus. These supposed university leaders refused to confront the openly pro-Hamas anti-Semites who harassed, assaulted, threatened, and ostracized Jewish students. What's worse, universities let anti-Semites off the hook and kowtowed to their demands. That's when the committee stepped forward. We mobilized resources and staff to support Jewish students and to push back against dangerous ideologies infiltrating our academic institutions. We realized that the battle for truth and dignity was urgent. We launched a full investigation, issued document requests and subpoenas, and went straight to the heart of these issues, uncovering why certain so-called elite universities failed to defend Jewish students in their most vulnerable moments. Our investigation has laid bare the moral rot at the heart of post-secondary education. Multiple so-called university leaders have been held accountable for their failures in addressing anti-Semitism on their campuses. We released a 325-page report detailing universities' egregious shortcomings and their failures to protect their Jewish students as required by the Civil Rights Act. Standing up for the rights of Jewish students has been one of the proudest moments of my tenure as chairwoman of the Committee on Education and the Workforce. But as my final year in this role comes to a close, I leave knowing that this cause remains in strong, capable hands. I'm certain the next Congress and the next administration's Department of Education will pick up where I left off. President Trump's administration will also renew America's commitment to Israel, our greatest ally in the Middle East. Now more than ever, Israel needs our support. Israel is at war, fighting an existential battle on 2 fronts. At home, Israel defends its right to self-determination, peace, and security. Yet abroad, it faces a different kind of enemy, a battle for the hearts and minds of a global audience. Today, Israel faces not only Hamas in Gaza and Hezbollah in southern Lebanon, but also, shockingly, the challenge of terrorist sympathizers here on the college campuses of America. Americans must stand together to defeat the challenge presented by radical campus zealots and anti-Semites to the Middle East's lone democracy. Let me close with this. Thank you for standing up against anti-Semitism. Thank you for standing with Israel. Thank you for standing with truth. And thank you for fighting this good fight alongside of us. God bless you, God bless our nation, and God bless the great state of Israel. Thank you again.
Please welcome the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense and the former American Ambassador to Israel, Dan Shapiro.
Good afternoon. I'm Dan Shapiro. I had the great honor of serving as U.S. Ambassador to Israel, and today I lead the Middle East policy team at the U.S. Department of Defense. On behalf of Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin, thank you for the opportunity to speak about the department's support for Israel. President Biden has a secure place in history as one of the greatest champions of Israel's right to defend itself. That has been true throughout his long career of public service, and it was especially crucial after the terrible day of October 7th, 2023. In the days immediately following Hamas's massacre, President Biden, Secretary of State Blinken, and Secretary Austin each flew separately to Israel to stand in solidarity with the Israeli people who had just endured the deadliest terrorist attack in Israel's history and the bloodiest day in Jewish history since the Holocaust. Secretary Austin stood in Tel Aviv that day, right next to Israeli Minister of Defense Yoav Gallant, and Secretary Austin declared, America's support for Israel's security is ironclad. Our administration has proven that every day since October 7th, and we've helped ensure that Hamas can never again commit the atrocities we saw on October 7th. Never. Using every tool available to the administration and with robust bipartisan support from Congress through emergency supplemental funding, the United States has surged more than $13.5 billion worth of security assistance to Israel, moving at the speed of war. Just 6 days after October 7th, Secretary Austin was standing at an Israeli military base watching the U.S. cargo planes fly in that vital aid, and they have been arriving almost every day since. We also strengthened America's military posture in the Middle East. That included deploying not one, but 2 carrier strike groups to the region to strengthen our deterrence. President Biden and Secretary Austin sent a blunt, one-word message to any country or group that might try to take advantage of October 7th. Don't. Believing in the importance of the closest of coordination between U.S. and Israeli leaders, Secretary Austin has spoken with Minister Gallant more than 100 times since October 7th, including on a visit to Israel again in December, his 4th visit as Secretary. He has hosted Minister Gallant in the Pentagon twice, and on Friday, he spoke to Israel's new Minister of Defense, Israel Katz, on his first day in office. We have always understood that Israel is in a hard fight against a cruel enemy that hides behind innocent civilians. So the Department of Defense has worked hard with our U.S. government partners to surge aid, humanitarian aid, to Palestinian civilians in need. And we've shared with Israel's leaders our best advice on protecting civilians in Gaza, which we both agree is a moral responsibility and a strategic imperative. The war against Hamas is now entering its 2nd year. Israeli operations continue against a badly weakened Lebanese Hezbollah as the IDF fights to bring security to Israel's north. And Iran and its proxies still threaten further aggression. When Iran and its proxies launched more than 300 missiles and drones at Israel on April 13th, America was there. U.S. forces operated side by side with Israeli and partner forces to defeat Iran's outrageous attack, bringing down 99% of Iran's projectiles. On October 1st, Iran again attacked Israel with a barrage of 200 ballistic missiles, And once again, America was there. Side by side, U.S. Navy destroyers joined Israeli air defense units to knock a hail of Iranian ballistic missiles out of the sky. That's a testament to U.S.-Israel teamwork, to decades-long investment in cutting-edge technology, to intensive military-to-military planning and training, and to American leadership. On October 13th, Secretary Austin ordered the deployment of an air defense system known as THAAD to Israel to further strengthen Israel's defenses, along with an American crew to protect Israeli civilians. He has also ordered the deployment of more ballistic missile defense destroyers, more fighter squadrons, and B-52 long-range bombers to the region. And if Iran, its partners, or its proxies target American personnel or our interests in the region, the United States will take every measure necessary to defend our people. Last week, I visited the headquarters of U.S. Central Command, known as CENTCOM, in Tampa, Florida, and met with our outstanding commander, General Eric Kurilla. I thanked him for all that he and his CENTCOM teammates are doing to defend our interests and our people, and to build extraordinary relationships of trust with their colleagues in the Israel Defense Forces. We both remarked on the incredible courage and dedication of our U.S. service members, and we discussed a clear conclusion from the events of this past year. In the face of the threats posed by Iran and its terrorist partners and proxies, America's ironclad security partnership with Israel is simply indispensable. Now our priority is de-escalating tensions through deterrence and diplomacy. The United States continues to drive hard to secure the release of every hostage being held in Gaza, including 7 U.S. citizens. It's an effort the Department of Defense has supported from the very beginning, and we've made clear to the families, many of whom are here, that we are committed to bringing their loved ones home. We're working to achieve a ceasefire to bring this war to an end, and to secure a diplomatic resolution along Israel's border with Lebanon that allows civilians to return safely to their homes on both sides of the border. We continue to work toward a future where Israel has peaceful, normal relations with all of its Arab neighbors, and where Palestinians have a state of their own, living alongside a secure and sovereign Israel. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very proud of all that we have achieved together and all that our U.S. service members are doing to protect our interests and to partner to protect the state of Israel. President Biden, Secretary Austin, and their team have been there for Israel in days of war, and we will continue to fight to help move Israel and the entire region toward a more hopeful, secure, and integrated future. Thank you. God bless you.
From the United States Naval Academy, please welcome Lieutenant Commander Yonina Creditor.
If you would join me in a prayer for our American military. Mikor Chaim, source of life, you gave the desire to live a life of service to some of your creations, your precious few. And they in turn accepted the mission of making this world a better place. You gave them the drive to protect the defenseless and bring hope to those who have none. You instilled in them the belief that they should be a part of bringing to fruition the dream of a time when peace would reign, and the swords would forevermore be beaten into plowshares. We ask for your protection over the American military, those who willingly put their lives in danger to protect us every day, by land, by sea, by air, and by space. Guide their leaders to work together in harmony, for you have said, that threefold cord is not easily broken. From the newest recruit to the senior member of each command, as they put on their uniform, remind them that they stand on the shoulders of legends who earned the description that their uncommon valor was a common virtue. That on today, on the birthday of the United States Marine Corps, that from humble beginnings in a tavern in Philadelphia 249 years ago, that heroes are forged from training and experience. They are not simply born. For those who are deployed and far from home, we ask that you be with those who right this minute are standing the watch. Bring their families the comfort and the promise that just as their loved ones have left their sanctuary of their homes in peace, that they will return in peace. We pray that you bring our military genuine partners who share in your vision, not only lo yisago el goy cherev v'lo yilmedu od milchama, the nation will not lift up sword against nation, and that war will not be known anymore, but that we live to see a day when the entire world lives under your Sukkot Shalom, your shelter of peace, as you have promised us. V'gar ze'ev im keves, v'namer im gedi irabetz, that the wolf shall lie with dwell with the lamb, the leopard lie down with the kids, and to that we all say, Amen.
While the storm clouds gather far across the sea, let us pledge allegiance to a land that's free. Let us all be grateful for a land so fair, as we raise our voices in a solemn prayer. God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies, through the oceans white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the great state of Michigan, please welcome to the stage Governor Gretchen Whitmer.
Hi, everybody. I'm honored to be here today. I know we got a lot of folks from Michigan here. Where are you? I also want to acknowledge all of the elected officials from both sides of the aisle for being here today. This bipartisan presence here is a testament to some fundamental truths. We stand with the people of Israel. We share their pain. We are committed to their safety, and we will never forget the horrors of October 7th. We stand against the scourge of anti-Semitism, and we will fight back against this ancient force wherever it rears its ugly head. We must make sure all people feel safe on campus, at work, and in their communities. And we stand for a more inclusive, tolerant future where people from all walks of life can thrive. We believe in the goodness and decency of all people. We pray for the safe return of the hostages, and we will work together toward peace. And now, I just want to take a moment to talk about where we are. With yet another national election in the rearview mirror, we must move forward and focus on solving problems. My career has taught me that compromise is not weak, but vital. Back in Michigan, bipartisan economic development tools have helped us bring factories and manufacturing jobs back home. Bipartisan education budgets are feeding all 1.4 million public school students free breakfast and lunch at school. Bipartisan consensus has led to more roads getting fixed, more local first responders getting hired, and more 4-year-olds in pre-K. In Michigan, we believe in building bridges. And I'm not just talking about the literal bridges that connect our peninsulas or link us to Canada. I'm talking about bridges between our communities, all of our communities. I work for 10 million Michiganders, and that's why I've made it a priority to reach across the aisle and go to every single county in our state, all 83, twice as governor. Our policy making cannot be limited by divides of place, race, or age. I also know that we have a responsibility to reach across oceans, too. And that's why my very first international trip as governor was to Israel in 2019, sponsored by the Federation. And I can tell you, I was amazed by what I saw. So much innovation, ingenuity, faith in a brighter future paired with the works it takes to get there. I traveled from Tel Aviv to Bethlehem, forging business ties with startups and mobility companies. I signed a partnership with Startup Nation Central, connecting Israeli companies with operations in Michigan. And what I learned from my time in public service is that you must be willing to go anywhere and be willing to work with anyone. As I leave you, I want to share 2 quick thoughts that guide the work that I do as governor. First, to fill a big seat, you can't care who you're sitting next to. The challenges we face require ideas from people of all backgrounds and ideologies. Collaboration begets progress. And the second lesson is from the Talmud. You are not obligated to complete the work, but neither are you free to abandon it. The only way things get better, not fixed, but better, is if you roll up your sleeves and do the work. I have the best job in the world because I get to see that happen every single day. I see problems that people have been working on for decades get solved with the stroke of a pen or the cutting of a ribbon. In other words, doing the work is the only thing that works. Thank you so much for the invitation to join you today and for your time today. At the close of today's program, we will join together to sing Hatikva, Israel's national anthem. The anthem embodies the enduring spirit of the Jewish people, who through every challenge have held fast to their vision of peace, freedom, and security. Our responsibility is to carry forth that spirit towards a brighter future where peace prevails, freedom endures, and communities stand united. Thank you.
So I want to tell you, kibbutz. Thank you. I want to tell you something. In kibbutz Nir Oz, in the Gaza envelope, live 2 families of wonderful people. Tamar Kedem Simantov and her husband and their 3 children, and Mili and Sagi Dekel Khan, whose father I just met now, and their 2 daughters. Tamar and Sagi founded the musical youth village Bikurim where boys and girls from all over the Gaza envelope studied music. On October 7th, Tamar and her husband and their 3 children were murdered in their home. And Sagi was kidnapped and has not returned to this day. He also didn't meet his 3rd daughter, who was born 2 months after he was kidnapped. The graduate and teachers of the musical village are meeting still in Israel almost every 2 weeks and recording songs and play together, and they continue the legacy of the founders. And when they ask me to host an artist today, I had many options of very famous American singers, but there is no one more worthy to be with me and with us on stage more than one of the young teachers of this musical village. And I want you to please welcome Mr. Hallel Mishali. Come, be with me. Sit with me. And this is Eyal Sela.
נופל קרוב אלינו ושוב אליו נושאים תפילות אור שתקוות עוטף אותנו זה לתמיד ולא יחלוף דבר אז בי נוגע כל נפלאות היום אז בואי ואיתי לרגע עכשיו קרוב עכשיו קרוב בכל דבר אז בי נוגע כל נפלאות היום אז בואי ואיתי לרגע עכשיו קרוב עכשיו
Thank you so much.
Yeah, love you. An incredible message from Governor Wertner. Let's also acknowledge the extraordinary support of our U.S. military. No ally has stood stronger with us this past year in Israel. We love you for loving me, boo. Mwah, mwah, mwah. When I discovered my father was an Eritrean Jew, I learned it wasn't easy for him. It's not easy for any Jews there. Where are all the Jews at there anyways? Where are all the Jews at? Just making sure you're awake. But everywhere in the world, being Jewish takes courage, always. The IDF soldiers protecting Israel, the heroes we've lost, thank you. The heroes we've lost, the families still waiting for their loved ones to come home. They remind us what real courage looks like. And they show us why unity in this moment is not just important, it's essential. I went to Israel this year for the first time, and I loved it. I loved it. I met so many different kinds of people. They're united, and they were so welcoming to me as an American. In fact, in times like these, the bonds between America and Israel become even more vital. We've seen it in our military support, in our diplomatic strength, in the ways our two nations stand together against terror and hate. No one understands these bonds better than our next speaker. And as Israel's voice in Washington, he works every day to strengthen the connection between our two nations, to build understanding, and to forge the path toward peace. Please welcome Israel's ambassador to the U.S., Michael Herzog.
Shalom. Shalom, good afternoon. Thank you for having me at this powerful gathering, a gathering committed to building a brighter future for the Jewish people. The energy in the air is palpable. Together, all of us, all of you, are a clear expression of the unity, solidarity, and resilience of the Jewish people. Together, we represent the irrevocable bond between the Jewish people and the Jewish state. A year ago, on November 14th, just a month after the horrific October 7th attack, we stood shoulder to shoulder on the National Mall. Hundreds of thousands of us joined together in support of the State of Israel and the Israeli people. Together, we raised our voices. Together, we called for the release of the hostages. Together, we prayed for the safety of our hero soldiers fighting to protect us. Together, we called for the return of the citizens to their homes. Together, we sounded the alarm against the rising tide of anti-Semitism. And together, we vowed to remain united in the face of all of these challenges. Today, we are here to re-energize our collective message to the world. My friends, we are in the midst of the toughest war in Israel's history. Following the carnage of October 7th, all of our enemies smelled blood and believed Israel to be weak and vulnerable. That is why the entire Iranian axis followed Hamas in attacking Israel, from Yemen through Lebanon, Syria, and Iraq, and all the way to Iran itself, which twice launched direct massive missile strikes on Israel. All of this was unimaginable before October 7th. And here in America and all around the world, a new massive wave of anti-Semitism was unleashed and continues to run rampant. Just this week, we witnessed a pogrom on the streets of Amsterdam. In this multi-front, multifaceted war, we have no other choice but to win, and we are winning. Over the past year, and at a very painful cost, Israel has successfully turned the tide. We are dismantling the Iranian ring of fire surrounding Israel. We have smashed the Hamas war machine. We hit back at Iran, and we degraded Hezbollah. Remember the pages? Yes, amid the tragedy of this war, we have created real opportunities for a better Middle East. But it's not over yet. And we can never, not for one moment, forget that 101 hostages are still held in captivity in Gaza, and some of their relatives, families are here. Every day that passes endangers the lives of those who can still breathe. It is our moral and human obligation to do what we can to force Hamas to let our people go. We cannot heal until every hostage is back home. My friends, let there be no doubt, Israel's enemies are the enemies of the United States, and Israel's victories are the victories of the United States. I want to thank the outgoing U.S. administration, U.S. Congress on both sides of the aisle, and the American people for their crucial support during these difficult times. The events of the last year have proven that the majority of the American people are with us. They stand with good in the face of evil, and they understand what is at stake. We look forward to further fostering the unbreakable bond between our two nations with the incoming U.S. administration and Congress. In these dark days, we draw strength and hope from the history of the Jewish people. We have been assaulted by some of the strongest empires the world has ever known. Yet every one of them has been consigned to the dustbin of history while our tiny enduring people lives. We have always managed to rise from the ashes and build anew. In our nation's darkest moment, the amazing resilience of the Israeli society shone through. And in our darkest moment, we were embraced and bolstered by all of you. I cannot overemphasize to you how important your support is to the people of Israel. Your words and deeds are the embodiment of Kol Israel Arivim Zeh Bazeh. All of Israel is responsible for one another. So let us continue to raise our voices together. Let us continue to call for the release of our hostages together. Let us continue to build a better future together. And may we never forget that our strength lies in our unity together. The destiny of Israel will not falter. Netzach Israel lo yeshaker. Toda.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the stage singer, songwriter, John Androsik.
In 2001, after the attacks on America, I was honored to play this song, Superman, at the Concert for New York for the heroes that ran into those buildings on 9/11. Tonight, we're going to play Superman and recognize the heroes of Israel. The IDF soldiers who have fallen, the IDF soldiers who are fighting as we speak, and the IDF soldiers who have come home. I can't stand to fly. I'm not that naive. I'm just out to find the better part of me. I'm more than a bird, more than a plane, more than some pretty face beside a train. And it's not easy to be me. Wish that I could cry, fall upon my knees, find a way to lie, but a home I'll never see. It may sound absurd, don't be naive. Even heroes have the right to bleed. I may be disturbed, won't you concede? Heroes have the right to dream. It's not easy to be me. Above and away, away from me. Now it's alright. You can all sleep sound tonight. I'm not crazy or anything. I can't stand to fly. I'm not that naive. Man, we're meant to ride with clouds between their knees. I'm only a man in a funny red sheet, taken from kryptonite on this one-way street. Only a man, a funny red sheet, looking for special things inside of me, inside of me, inside of me, inside of me, inside of me. I'm only a man, a phony red sheet, only a man looking for a dream. I'm only a man in a phony red sheet. It's not easy. It's not easy to be me. Thank you very much. Ada, Corey.
From the Israeli Defense Forces, please welcome Major General Don Goldfuss and Sergeant Isabel Burke.
Good evening. My name is Dan Goldfuss. I am married to Einav. We have 4 beautiful daughters. I have been serving for the last 30 years in the IDF. What a privilege and honor it is to be standing here in front of all of you as representative of the IDF, the Israeli Defense Force, whose amazing soldiers are fighting daily, hourly, for the past year to ensure the existence of the State of Israel and its right for Jews from all over the world to have a homeland. And we are, and we will be victorious. Our soldiers, men and women, regular, reservists, and permanent force together are committed to each other and to defend their country. Once again, we are witnessing the rise of antisemitism as seen in an unprecedented attack on Israeli sports spectators in Holland. 86 years ago, the Jews in Germany experienced Kristallnacht, where Judaism and Jews were attacked. The resemblance between the two events is horrifying, with one crucial difference. Namely, today we have the State of Israel, which enables us to stand up proudly for ourselves as Jews. In the words of David Ben-Gurion, Israel's first prime minister, and I quote, "The fate of Israel depends on 2 things, its strength and its righteousness." This reflects Ben-Gurion's belief in the importance of both military and moral strength in securing Israel's future. He recognizes the need for Israel to maintain a strong and effective defense capability in the face of threats and challenges from its neighbors and enemies. At the same time, he stressed the importance of upholding the values of justice, freedom, and democracy, which are the foundations of Israel's identity and legitimacy as a Jewish and democratic state. We see this in the inspiring commitment of the men and women soldiers. Our military is currently fighting on 7 fronts. Our young soldiers, regular forces, reservists, and permanent force are fighting together, one beside the other, with an incredible commitment, one to the other, to the State of Israel specifically, and to the Jewish people as a whole. We are indeed privileged to be able to defend ourselves against the evil and disregard for human life that we have unfortunately been exposed to. We are a privileged generation to defend our common values, the sanctity of life, love, and to our fellow men, mutual responsibility and friendship. On the 7th of October 2023, unadulterated evil was unleashed on the citizens of Israel. There was no mercy, no humanity, just terror, hatred, and destruction. The terrorist organization of Hamas attacked viciously the villages and towns and military bases on the south of Israel, what is known as the Gaza envelope. They had one goal in mind: to kill, and to kill. The Hamas monsters killed, slaughtered, burnt, raped, and kidnapped everyone and everything that was in their way without any discrimination. Women, young and old, men, young and old, teenagers, children, and even babies, decapitating and mutilating everyone that they could. They were even proud of themselves and boasted to the world what they were doing. Among these who were the victims of this vicious attack were Jews, Muslims, Christians, and foreigners from many countries, children, young, children, and babies, all innocent people going on with their lives. You cannot even imagine in your wildest dream the extent of the evil and horror that was unleashed that day. The lowest level of disregard for human life and inhumanity of the Hamas terror organization. The smell and the sights will not leave my mind for 1 second. The bodies of young people who just came to a party, the number of bodies thrown around, the burnt bodies lying next to and on top of each other is a sight that I can and will never forget. We failed on that day, and in those critical hours, we failed. We failed in our duty to defend our citizens in the villages and towns on the Gaza border. We failed to protect the children, the innocent citizens who relied on us, the military, to come and save them, to protect them. We failed to look after those young people who were enjoying themselves at a party, as young people throughout the world do. The joy and happiness turned to death, destruction, pain, and tears for all. Despite the resounding failure, with the military in disarray, I saw outstanding courage of citizens, soldiers, who came on their own initiative to push the enemy back and prevent them from going forward to other parts of the country. That day, people from all walks of life, citizens, soldiers, officers, were prepared to sacrifice their lives to save others. Fighting beside them, I saw them bleeding, hurting, stunned and confused, but not giving up for 1 second, not even stopping to take breath or a break. One soldier threw a grenade on the terrorists, sacrificing himself and saving lives. This is only one example of hundreds illustrated the love, care, and courage that was shown that terrible day. The result of those first days is horrific. 1,163 citizens were killed, desecrated, burnt, and raped repeatedly. On that day, they kidnapped 247 people, men, women, elderly and sick people, young girls, teenagers, boys and girls, and babies. 101 of the hostages are still in Gaza, more than 1 year later. It is hard to describe the battles of those days, the smells, the sights, the destruction and mutilation on the one hand, and on the other hand, incredible moments of humanity, love, commitment, friendship, and bravery shown one to the other. The soldiers went forward fearlessly. From that day till today, we have risen to be strong, brave, and resilient with our human values. We have risen like the phoenix from the ashes. For 10 months of the war, I commanded the 98th Division, a special paratrooper division. Under my command throughout that period, together with my commanders and warriors, we maneuvered in Khan Yunis, Sajaia, Jabalia, Nutzerat, and Dir el-Balach, above ground and underground simultaneously, destroying terror infrastructure, the network of tunnels, and killing terrorists. In audacious missions, we brought back 6 live hostages and 19 bodies for burial in Israel. In these battles, under the most complex and difficult conditions, which until now has not been fought anywhere in the world, "185 courageous soldiers from my division fell, each one an entire world. These soldiers did not return to their families and loved ones. So many heroes, so much pain, tears, many young widows, and unfortunately many orphans. 368 soldiers were killed in Gaza. May their memory be blessed. We were on a roller coaster of pride at our achievements and moments of difficulty. At one of my meetings on the battlefield with the forces, I met a young officer who an hour before had lost his sergeant, who had been a close friend from home. They grew up together. I looked at him and knew that we had to talk. We sat down in a quiet spot, just the two of us. The officer cried at the loss of his fellow soldier and his friend. We hugged. I told him that he must take his friend with him in his heart, lead his team who were waiting for him, and continue fighting. He stood straight, wiped his tears, turned around and disappeared with his team to continue fighting. Those are our heroes. Young soldiers with feelings going on to fight with dedication and commitment. It must be emphasized that many of these soldiers who are in battle are in reserve force. They are husbands and fathers, wives and mothers who have been serving for more than a year, leaving behind families and workplaces, all for the goal of defending their country. Every time a soldier goes into the battlefield, they feel and know that you in the United States and elsewhere are with them, giving them support. There is a symbiotic connection between Israel and you people here in the diaspora. They are aware of the heavy responsibility and privilege that lie on their young shoulders, feel that they are the emissaries of the Jewish people wherever they may be. We in the military uphold our common values of decency, honor, commitment, caring and responsibility, one for the other. These values are there to protect us. We uphold these values in total contrast to our enemy. I feel that daily, that tremendous responsibility, not only to my soldiers, my country, but the Jews in the diaspora. As a son of immigrants from South Africa who made Aliyah over 50 years ago, I have always been aware of the importance of the connection of Israel and the rest of the world. We have common goals and values. I am aware of that connection and partnership. In addition, we are standing firm and fighting against world Islamic terrorism for fortitude and strength. Your support and mutual trust like today, your involvement energizes and nurtures us, the soldiers, officers and people. You are here to give us practical support. For example, your huge demonstration and outcry against the evil a year ago. Thank you so much for that. Our partnership with the American people is a valuable and special connection, not to be taken for granted. The American military has stood by us in our hour of need in firm friendship. I would like to thank the American people, the administration and military for their unwavering support, which enables us to protect our homeland, the State of Israel. Our tasks are not yet done. The war is ongoing. Currently, we are involved and clamping down on 7 fronts, supported and urged by Iran, the head of the snake. We have achieved much and destroyed many strongholds and fortifications of the enemy on the various fronts. In Gaza, we have destroyed the Hamas and continue to contain them, whether it is above the ground or under the ground in the massive network of tunnels which they have built. In Lebanon, we have dealt a severe blow to the Hezbollah deep within their territory. We have neutralized the many infrastructure of the Radwan force, those very structures that they spent years meticulously building to attack us in the north of the country. Similar to the south, we are destroying the enemy above the ground and under the ground. All their massive arsenal of arms and ammunition, which was hoarded for the sole purpose of destroying the State of Israel, has been confiscated and destroyed. On 2 fronts, we have killed the leaders of evil, Sinwar and Nasrallah. We are victorious and successful by carrying out sophisticated operations such as beepers as well as eliminating all the top commanders of Hezbollah in 2 weeks. The enemy is slowly beginning to understand and feel the might and the audacity of the IDF, the courage and commitment of our soldiers and officers, our heroes and dedicated young men and women. I cannot end without mentioning the 101 hostages, men, women, and babies who are at this moment in Gaza, in captivity. It is our obligation and utmost moral value to bring them home. Let us all wish a speedy recovery to our wounded soldiers in the hospitals and rehabilitation centers. We must continue to support them as they begin their long road to recovery. We thank them for their courage and sacrifice. May we be worthy of the sacrifice of the wounded and the fallen. I look at you from the podium and I'm overwhelmed. We have a Jewish state. We have a strong military. We must be proud of the Jewish people. We must be united as a people, as a world which upholds the value of life, freedom, love, and respect. I thank you all in the name of the soldiers and officers, our heroes, who are willing to fight so that we all may live. As I said at the beginning, we are and will be victorious. May we be worthy of them all. Am Yisrael Chai. Thank you.
My name is Isabel Burke. I am 23 years old and grew up in Ottawa, Canada. In 2022, I made Aliyah and a year later enlisted in the IDF's Iron Dome Missile Defense Unit. I spent 5 months training, and though the journey was difficult and foreign to me, it was also life-changing, and I never felt alone. I had teammates and friends who lifted me up when I struggled, and I proudly promised to do the same for them. But tragically, for some, I will never get that chance. Because as I was nearing the end of my training, everything changed. At 6:30 a.m. on the morning of October 7th, I received a fateful, urgent call from my commander. By that evening, my team and I had deployed to an Iron Dome base. We traveled there together, scared, clutching each other for support as sirens blared in the distance. When we arrived, we were astounded to learn that we would not be completing our training. Instead, due to the extreme emergency, we were quickly sworn in and put to work, despite the trauma that me and my team were all experiencing. The following days were a blur as we worked around the clock, defending our country from wave after wave of missile attacks. Through this, we also learned the names of friends who had been murdered and neighbors being held hostage in Gaza. And we watched our friends deploy, not knowing if or when they would return. On April 14th, we received instructions to prepare for a large-scale attack. Our commanders informed us that we would have to hand in our cell phones, and I watched my fellow soldiers quickly call their families. I knew my parents would still be sleeping back home in Canada, unaware of the unfolding events. But I managed to wake them, tell them I loved them, and handed over my phone. Throughout the night, we witnessed Iranian missiles being shot out of the sky. And by morning, we learned that the IDF had successfully intercepted 99% of them. I felt an overwhelming sense of pride. In that moment, I realized that the Iron Dome and our team had helped protect millions of lives. We have lost many precious souls during this war. Among them, fellow soldiers from my unit who fell on October 7th, on their way to reload inventory at one of our sites. Benjamin Gabriel Yona, Sahar Sudian, Nativ Kucharo, and Rebecca Henrietta Johanna Baruch. May their memories be for a blessing. Young people who helped their country so much. Beautiful souls who tragically will never get the opportunity to stand under a chuppah or bring children into this world. Their families are broken. Their pain is unbearable, and it is being felt by thousands across our tiny country. In my unit, everything that we do, we also do for them. And they are remembered in all moments and in all operations. The past 401 days have served as a stark reminder of why we fight, why we stand in defense of Israel. Our actions not only protect the state of Israel, but also safeguard the Jewish people everywhere. We fight for freedom, for security, and for the future of our children. This is why we will continue to defend our land, our people, and the right to exist in peace. And when I see you all today supporting us, I know we will succeed. Am Yisrael Chai.
We want to say a prayer and a song to these amazing IDF soldiers among all the other ones fighting, not just for Eretz Yisrael, but for all of Am Yisrael. So if you know the song, you can join us, sing along with me. Abraham, Yitzchak, v'Yaakov, hu yivarech et chayalei tzva hagana l'Yisrael, hu yivarech et chayalei tzva hagana l'Yisrael, hu yivarech et chayalei tzva hagana l'Yisrael, העומדים על משמר ארצנו וערי אלוהינו בגבול הלבנון ליד מדבר מצרים ומן הים הגדול עד לבוא הערבה ביבשה אדוני את אויבינו הקמים עלינו ניגפים לפניהם. הקדוש ברוך הוא ישמור ויציל את חיילינו מכל צרה וצרה. ומצוקה ומכל נגע ומחלה, וישלח ברכה והצלחה בכל מעשי ידיהם. יעביר שונאינו תחתיהם, ויעטרם בכתר ישועה ובעטרת ניצחון, ויקוים בהם הכתוב. כי אדוני אלוהיכם ההולך עמכם להילחם לכם עם אויביכם, להושיע אתכם ונאמר Thank you.
Please welcome, from the great state of Iowa, Senator Joni Ernst.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Senator Joni Ernst of the great state of Iowa, and it is wonderful to be with you. A very special thank you to my dear friend John Ondrasik for his voice today and all that he is doing to amplify the voices of our hostages and their families. And thank you to the Jewish Federations for bringing us all together to focus on Israel. As a longtime friend and a staunch supporter of Israel, I am proud to be here and stand united with our Jewish brothers and sisters and the nation of Israel. Today marks 400 days since Hamas brutally attacked Israel, raping and killing hundreds of men, women, and children, and taking hundreds more hostage. 101 hostages remain in Gaza, including 7 American citizens. Free them now, sir. Thank you. Our hostages must be freed and must be returned to their families. We must bring them home now. For over a year, Israel has been fighting a war on 7 fronts. They are fighting a war they did not ask for. They are truly fighting for their very right to exist. And America must stand with them shoulder to shoulder. We must ensure the forever survival of Israel. Since October 7th, we have seen anti-Semitism rise to shocking levels across this country and around the world. Just days ago, mobs hunted down Jewish men and women in the streets of Amsterdam after a soccer match. Colleges and universities have been penetrated by foreign actors to inflame protests and searing chants calling for the annihilation of the Jews and the Jewish state. But today, we are here united with a clear message to those protesters as well as to Iran and their proxies. You will not win! I was in the region in the Middle East on October 7th, 2023, leading a bicameral, bipartisan delegation. Upon immediate notification of the cowardly events on that awful day, I decided to push the delegation over to Jordan and work our way into Israel. I wanted to show my untethered, truly ironclad commitment to our friends in Israel. On October 10th, 2023, I stepped foot into Israel. And the devastation that I witnessed and what folks had to deal with in Israel was beyond my imagination. I met with many of the hostage families, and I wept with them. And I visited a kibbutz right near the border with Gaza. And what our friends had to deal with was truly unfathomable. Since my first visit after the October 7th attacks, I have been fortunate to visit Israel 3 more times since then, and my message has always been clear. We must ensure the forever survival of Israel, return our hostages home, and destroy Iran-backed Hamas. We must ensure the horrific events of that day are never repeated. And folks, let's make it clear today. The United States does not cower before terrorists. We must proudly stand in support of Israel and the Jewish community. We must never waver in our commitment to our greatest regional ally in the Middle East. God bless our Jewish brothers and sisters. God bless Israel. And may God bless each and every one of you here today. God bless the United States and all of you. Bring them home now. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Please welcome the sister of hostage Romy Gonen, Yarden Gonen.
Thank you all for being here today. My name is Yarden Gonen, and on October 7th, my life turned upside down by the brutal attack of Hamas terror organization. On that day, my little sister, Romy, went to the Nova Music Festival with her best friend, Gaia. All the people that came to this festival were thrilled to celebrate love, peace, and freedom with their friends. Most of them didn't know each other, but it didn't matter. They were all united due to their love to this music. Unfortunately, the soundtrack of this morning switched quickly from an exciting and uplifting to a horror movie. Instead of joy, they faced terror. That morning, I got a call from Romy. She was scared, confused, and didn't know where to go. I was blessed that she trusted me and called me to help her. She and Gaia started running. After 4.5 hours of hiding together, the terrorists caught them. Gaia was murdered in front of my sister's eyes, who was shot on her hand, on her dominant arm, and then kidnapped, dragged away by her beautiful hair into Gaza, where she remains today. This was 401 days ago, and Romy, alongside 100 other beautiful souls, are still being held in brutal conditions, living a nightmare. We've passed the autumn, winter, spring, summer. We're now in autumn again and heading too fast towards their second winter in hell. She has been fighting to survive in a dark tunnel, stripped away from her identity, from her rights, without even the smallest comforts like food, water, fresh air, or sunlight. Romy is not just a name or a poster. She has a bubbly personality, and every room she enters, you feel like someone turned on the light. Romy is full of life, a person who cares deeply about those around her. She loves to dance, to laugh, to fight for justice. Romy is a whole world, and her whole life is ahead of her. 2 months ago, instead of blowing out the candles on her 24th birthday, being hugged by her loved ones, she spent it in the suffocating tunnels of Hamas, at gunpoint, surrounded by terrorists. What happened at the Nova was unprecedented, a massacre of unmatched size and brutality committed at a music festival. And the world is silent. It was supposed to be a gathering of freedom, unity, and joy, but it turned into a nightmare of violence, abuse, rape, and destruction. Hamas broadcast their actions live, and yet, instead of uniting together against terrorism, the world is silent. As a woman, I must say, I feel betrayed. All the women in the crowd know what frightens us most. The women in captivity face dangers beyond anything most of us can even imagine. These women are being trafficked by Hamas, treated as slaves, sexually assaulted, and every second of every day are at the mercy of monsters. Yet, what is perhaps just as terrifying is the silence from the women's organizations of the world. Instead of uniting and fighting alongside of us, their silence speaks volumes. It tells us that these organizations do not stand for all women. It tells us that there is a group of women who do not have their support, who are abandoned in their darkest hour. This is a terrifying thought for women everywhere. It means that none of us is safe. But this is not just about the women. There are 101 hostages from Israel and many other countries, like the 7 Americans, being held in the same awful conditions. These are very much real and ordinary people, young and old, men and women, a baby, all living in fear from what is about to happen in the next minute. We need to bring them home now. Bring them home. We cannot let this continue. Every second counts. Every day that passes means more pain, more fear, more suffering for these innocent people. It started in Israel, but it is spreading everywhere, and soon it could be here. Imagine if it were your sister, your child, your father, your friend. If we, as a society, do not save my sister and all the hostages, your loved ones could be next. The solution to this situation is clear: unity. A united front from the free world against terrorism. We must stand together across borders to release all the hostages, for human rights, for freedom, for justice. This is a fight not just for Israel, but for every person who believes in peace and dignity. We need to work together. We must unite so October 7th does not happen anywhere else. Now, more than ever, we need the full strength of American leadership to take a stand against terrorism. The American anthem says, "The land of the free, the home of the brave." We have so many brave survivors, brave soldiers, brave civilians. President Biden and elected President Trump, this is your time to be the bravest. Sign a deal and set the hostages free. Almost exactly a year ago, in this very city, Rachel Goldberg-Polin, Hersh's mother, stood here before you with full faith that her son would return home alive. Hersh and the other 5 hostages murdered alongside him could have been saved. They did not deserve this end. We need the U.S. to help deliver a deal that brings the hostages home and end the war. Here with me in the crowd are the families of Kit Siegel, Omer Neutra, Yair and Eitan Horn, Arbel Yahud, Oded Lifshitz, Sagid Ekelchen, and Itai Chen, all of whom are still held captive in Gaza. At Hersh's funeral, Rachel thanked the community, saying, "You have already given so profoundly and completely, but I beg of you all, please don't leave us now. We are all asking you, don't leave us now." Thank you. I'm asking you to stand with me. Please hold up the pictures together of all the hostages up high in the sky. We cannot do that alone. Don't let their voices be silenced. If only a few of us would shout, no one would hear us. If all of us would do it together, no one can ignore us. Just imagine the feeling of you seeing Romy in the future, alive, standing next to me. I want you all be able to say to her, "I've been the one helped bring you home. All of you were the ones helped bring her home. We know that Romy is coming home alive and soon. And we need your help to do that and to bring all of the hostages alive to rehabilitation and the ones that are not alive to be buried properly soon, now. Bring them home. Bring them home. Thank you.
כך רציתי שתגיע, הלוואי תבוא בלי להודיע עוד היום. אני מגדל של אור, ממרחקים ששוב תופיע, הלוואי תבוא בלי להודיע עוד היום. השעות העייפות שלא נותנות לזמן לרוץ, הרגליים הכבדות שלא מוצאות סיבה ללכת, הימים והלילות כמו הפנים שבתמונות, הכל עוצר מלכת כשאתה לא כאן. ומתעוררת מחלום ומרגישה אותך קרוב, ואז קוראת לך מתוך הלילה, תחזור, תחזור היום. כל כך רציתי שתגיע, הלוואי תבוא בלי להודיע עוד היום. אני מגדל של אור, ממרחקים ששוב תופיע, הלוואי תבוא בלי להודיע עוד היום. תחזור, תחזור היום. כל כך רציתי שתגיע, הלוואי תבוא בלי להודיע עוד היום. אני מגדל של אור, ממרחקים ששוב תופיע, הלוואי תבוא בלי להודיע עוד היום.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage the chief of the Rappahannock tribe, Ann Richardson.
Amen. Good evening. I'm Chief Ann Richardson from the Rappahannock tribe of Virginia, the Powhatan Nations. Wengapo, in the Powhatan language, which means, greetings, my friends. I'm here tonight to stand with Israel, along with a delegation from Canada all the way through to the Caribbean, of tribal indigenous nations that stand in covenant with Israel. In 2014, I wrote a covenant for the indigenous tribes to stand with Israel, and many, many tribes signed that declaration. It was delivered to your Knesset. In that, we recognize Israel as an independent nation, sovereign nation state, with the right to defend her lands and her citizens from any threats, domestic or foreign, upon the lands of Israel. We also recognize the city of Jerusalem, the holy city, as the eternal capital of Israel. We also recognize that the Israeli Defense Forces is the first line of defense for the United States of America in the Middle East. We recognize that freedom and justice and democracy rings throughout Israel, and we are grateful.
We recognize that the IDF and the Israeli leadership are our friends and will be our friends forever. Throughout the indigenous nations that are represented here, other nations that are not here with us tonight, but also for the United States of America, we will forever be friends in covenant with Israel. You have the right to bring your hostages home. And we say, bring them home! Bring them home! Bring them home! Using whatever methods that is necessary to bring them home. We want you to know that you are not alone, that we stand with you, we fight with you, we pray with you, we pray for you, and we love you. May God bless Israel, bless and protect the IDF and the leadership of Israel, and may God bless America. Thank you.
Please welcome the CEO of UJA Federation of New York, Eric Goldstein.
Hello, everyone. I have the most enviable role in the stadium here this afternoon, the privilege of presenting an award to the most outspoken and staunch ally of the Jewish community in Israel in Congress today, our incredible friend, Congressman Richie Torres. Long before October 7, Richie has been an extraordinary advocate for our community in Israel. Time and time again, he's spoken with unwavering moral clarity and conscience, even when it wasn't the popular thing to do. Richie's led countless trips to Israel, including after October 7, and Richie's unparalleled in his ability to powerfully articulate why his progressive values compelled support for Israel and the Jewish people. Since October 7, Richie's leadership has been all the more important. The profound isolation of our community has made every show of solidarity even more significant. And no one has stood stronger for our community than Congressman Richie Torres. Richie, our gratitude is profound, our admiration is boundless, and our friendship deep. Please join me in welcoming and honoring Congressman Richie Torres. My honor to present Richie with the Yitro Award. Yitro Award is named for the father-in-law of our biblical leader Moses. Yitro always stood by the Jewish people and Moses, and the inscription reads, "In recognition of your unwavering allyship and steadfast support of the Jewish community and the state of Israel. With extraordinary gratitude, Richie Torres."
Thank you. I'm just so humbled and honored to receive the Courageous Leadership Award from JFNA. I want to thank my friend Eric Goldstein of UJA, which was the first organization to bring me to Israel 10 years ago. And ever since then, I've been a passionate and proud Zionist. Like many of you, I feel like we live in a world that has lost its mind. We live in an alternate reality where evil has become good and wrong has become right, and Israeli self-defense has become aggression, and anti-Semitic terrorism has become resistance. And in that world of lies and blood libels and false narratives, the most important contribution that I can make as a member of Congress is not only my vote in the halls of Congress, but my voice in the public square. Those of us in public office must have the moral courage to cast the light of truth and hope in a world darkened by deception and despair. Now, people often ask me, you know, Richie, you're not Jewish, you're black, you're Latino. Why do you speak out so forcefully and frequently against anti-Semitism? And I simply reply, the question is not why have I chosen to speak out? The question is why have others chosen to be silent amid the deadliest day for Jews since the Holocaust? You know, the answer to the question of why I choose to speak out lies in Torah. There's a passage in Torah that appears as an inscription in the Liberty Bell. It reads, "Proclaim liberty throughout all lands unto all inhabitants." The deeper message is that none of us is free until all of us are free. And so I see my freedom as a black Latino from the Bronx as inextricably bound to the freedom of the Jewish people. I see the security of my own nation and home, the United States of America, as inextricably bound to the security of the Jewish homeland. And I'm here to affirm that I am pro-Israel not despite my progressive values, but because of my progressive values. It is progressive to defend Israel's right to defend itself. It is progressive to stand for the U.S.-Israel relationship. It is progressive to demand the release of the hostages who must be brought home. And I'll end with this final message. When I'm speaking with the next generation of Jewish leaders, I tell them in an age of amplified anti-Semitism, be proud of who you are. Take pride in your Judaism and Zionism. Live not in shame, but in pride. Live not in fear, but in freedom. Because where there is fear, there can never be freedom. And so I'm proud to stand with all of you as a fearless warrior in the fight against anti-Semitism. We stand together. America stands with Israel. God bless the greatest country on earth, the United States of America. God bless the state of Israel. I'm Israel High. And God bless the greatest friendship on earth, the U.S.-Israel relationship. Thank you.
Every Memorial Day for Israel, the fallen soldier, songs are played on the radio in memory of the heroes in every city in Israel. There is a house called Bet Yad Lebanim where the sons and daughters of the city who fell in defense of the country are commemorated. When I came to visit the Druze village of Dalit El Carmel, I met Almal Nasr al-Din, chairman of Yad Lebanim in the village. And his son fell, his grandson and his son-in-law, and many other heroes from his village. At the end of the visit, just before I left, he asked me to write a song in Druze Arabic that the members of the community will also be able to identify with on Memorial Days. I wrote and recorded with a dear friend the memory song for our Druze brothers who fell in defense of our homeland. And today, this amazing singer also agreed to come all the way from Majar village and to sing in their memory. Please welcome the amazing Luai Ali.
احنا الطائفة الدرزية اللي عايشة بدولة إسرائيل، عايشين لنحمي بيتنا ونحمي دولتنا. אנחנו חלק בלתי נפרד מעם ישראל. עם ישראל חי. حياتي وعمري فداك يا بلدي، ما بقبل حد يبعد، وإن ما كنت بروح يما قلبي يا يما شو موجوع. حياتي وعمري فداك يا بلدي، ما بقبل حد يبعد، وإن ما كنت بروح يما قلبي يا يما شو موجوع. انتي املي وكياني، انتي حبي وحناني، انتي جرحتي لي قلبي غيابك عني مرار. يا ابن ما تقولي شو الاخبار، انتي املي وكياني، انتي حبي وحناني، انتي جرحتي لي قلبي غيابك عني مرار. يا ابني ما تقولي شو الاخبار. حياتي وعمري فداك يا بلدي، ما بقبل حد يبعد، وين ما كنت بروح يما قلبي يا يما شو موجوع. حياتي وعمري فداك يا بلدي، ما بقبل حد يبعد، وين ما كنت بروح يما قلبي يا يما شو موجوع. انتي املي وكياني، انتي حبي وحناني، انتي جرحتيني قلبي غيابك عني مرار. يا ابني ما تقولي شو الاخبار، انتي املي وكياني، انتي حبي وحناني، انتي جرحتيني قلبي
our event hosts for bringing us together today. What you've helped us create here is something powerful, something real. This hasn't been an easy year for any of us, but look what we've done. Look what we've done together, guys. We're still here. Hundreds of thousands marching in Washington, hundreds of communities standing up to Israel, leaders everywhere saying no to anti-Semitism and hate. These days, I celebrate Shabbat every Friday night. I study Torah. I was the bedtime Shema every night. Shema Yisrael. It's not time to go to bed yet. But in these traditions that were waiting for me my whole life, I found strength I never knew I had. Through Judaism, I found my way through the hard times, the hardest times. And I've had some hard ones. You all heard about them. We're not just standing here for solidarity. We're here to show what resilience looks like. When we lift our voices in song, in moments, remember who we're singing for. Let the whole world hear our message today. The Jewish people are here to stay. Our spirit is unbroken. And the more they try to divide us, the stronger we become. I'm Yisrael. Come on. I'm Yisrael.
Thank you guys for being here. My name is Nomi Gedzelman, and I am the Young Judea National Maskira. I'm also the president of my JSU, Jewish Student Union, at my public high school in New York. I'm a lifetime Hadassah member, and this past summer, I went on Route 1's Gesher Israel program.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dan Mezzastrano. I'm from Seattle, Washington, and I recently went to Israel with Alexander Must High School in Israel. I'm currently serving as the 100th Grand Aleph Gadol of the Aleph Sadiq Aleph, or one of the 2 teen international presidents of BBYO.
Hi, I'm Didia Milner-Gillers. I'm from Washington, D.C. I've been doing NCSY since 9th grade, and I go to the Charles E. Smith Jewish Day School right up here in Rockville. I'm also going to be going on the Alexander Must High School program in about 3 months.
Keep fighting.
B'yachad nenatzeach.
Am Yisrael Chai!
ואיך נפשי עוד הומייה מהמצדה של הזליחות ירושלים בסליחות מחוף כנרת ויחסים מהמסיבות של תל אביב אבי חלם והתפלל לחיות בארץ ישראל היום ילדי עוד תישאר מה הסיפור של ישראל? אתם כאן זה בית, כאן זה לב ואותך אני לא עוזב אבותינו שורשים ואנחנו הפרחים המנגינות שבט אחים לחיות אותה שכונה אותו רחוב תריס הרבנים של יעקב אוספים ביחד נדודים בתות המיל געגועים אדם הוא נוף מולדתו חורף קווים בכף ידו לתפילות לנדרים ריחות פרדס של הדרים ובעיניה של אמי תמיד אמצא את מקומי הסיפור, כמו שתי מילים להתחבר לחוט זהב של משורר. אני מכאן, אני שייך וכל חבר שלי כמו אתה פועם בלבבי, אני מזרח מערבי, אתם כאן זה בית, כאן זה לב, ואותך אני לא עוזב, עבודנו שורשים, ואנחנו הפרחים המנגינות שבטחים לחיות. Oh, thank you. So we'll finish with a tikva, right?
God.